Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, July the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Great. So just as I was opening the room, the three China EVs, LI, XPEV, and NIO popping again. Again, all to do with China ADR's rise after Beijing vows more support to jumpstart economy. So I looked at KWEB. I don't see KWEB moving as much, but certainly LI, XPEV, and NIO definitely moving higher here. Probably about the same percentage. Wow, look at this, 14% for XPEV now. So XPEV, when you look at it on a weekly chart, the next high looks like around 1916. Obviously, I'm not saying it's getting there, but there's not a lot of resistance anyway on a weekly chart for XPEV. All right, what else is happening? Now, I almost hate to talk about Tilray, but I have to because it's up TLRY. So it's an earnings play. Do we really believe it's going to hold this gap? I mean, it is a beautiful gap. I will say this, it's over that high right there was $1.94. So it's over two. So the next high is looking left, 245. I mean, I guess anything is possible. Kept in mind by alcohol sales. I didn't even know they sold alcohol. Yeah, what about cannabis? Had no idea. Beverage alcohol net revenue increased 33%. Anyway, so there's Tilray, TLRY. I guess if it can hold two, there is a gap to 244. Snap is moving down on earnings. SNAP moving down on earnings. Big drop. Look at that, 17%. Coming right into the 200-day moving average and right at the VWAP, 1030 and 1033, or 1033 and 1030 respectively. And the stock is right at those levels. Now, SPR, I think, let's take a look at TAN. Here's the ETF for solars, because SPWR, yeah, look at TAN. So SPWR, I don't know if this is an official earnings release because we have it here August the 1st, but it says preliminary second quarter loss. So I don't know if that means if that is a true earnings release. At any rate, this may as well be an earnings release. Okay. So there's SPWR. It looks like RUN certainly being taken down because of that, because RUN is not an earnings play, but TAN, the ETF, is definitely falling. I guess SPWR probably has a big weight in it. Let's take a look at First Solar, actually. Take a look at First Solar, FSLR. Could give us a clue also. Yeah, so First Solar is dropping also. So the solar plays are a hit right now. Where's that PJ? Look at WW now, breaking over $10. WW breaking over $10. Big gap up now. Great 3 days, 4 days. Well, great 3 days and the start of a great fourth day for WW. Now keep an eye on this BNTC. Okay, BNTC, they did the reverse split. It hasn't really moved. The reverse split, it was a 1 for 17 reverse split. The stock was around 20 cents, so that makes sense. It should be around 340, 350 after the reverse split. Let's see if it has any movement once the market opens. VICR, VICR. Okay, guys. Okay, VICR is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. Next high looking left is 7111 on the weekly chart. STRC is showing up now in the gap ups. STRC. Yeah, look at this. STRC. Stockhouse awarded artificial intelligent contract by Air Force Research Laboratory. All right. So an AI play. This has not been one in the past. A lot of earnings plays, guys. I'll get to a few more of them. TSEM, TSEM. Okay, give me a moment. The TSEM is an earnings play. A nice gap up for it, 10%, big gap up for it. In fact, look at this daily chart. So it has basically wiped all this out. And yesterday's IPO, WRNT, is showing some life, 23%. Japanese IPO. It's right at the high of yesterday, and a little bit above the high of yesterday, I believe. Yeah, it looks like 525 was the high of yesterday. So this has got a little bit of enthusiasm back into it. Now, of course, we had Microsoft and Google mixed bag here. Microsoft actually dropped. Microsoft is down 3.5% on earnings, and Google is up. So they released after hours yesterday. Yeah, Denver. So that's about in line with what it should have been. I think it closed, around the 20-cent level. So that would have been 340. So it's in line in terms of the reverse split for BNTC. So it hasn't moved really. So anyway, there's Google, guys. Google and also Microsoft. So going in opposite directions. Yeah, we got FOMC at 2, but probably the more important one is at 2:30. I mean, I think the whole world's expecting a 25 basis point increase. Let's take a look at some of these other earnings plays. So again, if you want to really zero in on the earnings plays, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, just have to go to the earnings date column, double left click, and then scroll down, and then you'll see them. Okay, anything 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play. So there's the Tilray, there's the TSEM, UNP is an earnings play. Boeing, Boeing is an earnings play. The PAC W is actually an earnings play. Looks like that deal is almost done, I guess, with BANC Bank. TDOC. I didn't mention TDOC. TDOC is an earnings play also, and this is done quite well. Next high looking left is 25.19. So not quite about 60 cents or so until the next high for TDOC, TDOC. So there are the Googles. Now on the earnings side, on the downside again, double left click on the earnings date column. And now we scroll down. And let's see what we have here. So RES is an earnings play. RES. See if it's doing anything. It is almost an all-time low. It's a cheap one. Hmm. OMF is an earnings play. OMF is an earnings play. Not much volume yet. EQNR is also an earnings play, guys, and this has got some room on the way down. A little bit, not a lot. China education stock, EDU is an earnings play. EDU. Super expensive one. I'm not going to look at it, but TMO is an earnings play. There's Snap, and TXN is also an earnings play. So there are some earnings plays. And the market, we're in for a negative open here. DXF, I didn't look at this one. DXF must be some horrible news for it. 37% down. Cheap, cheap stock. Probably doing a financing. Yeah, doing a financing. China stock doing a financing. Boy, they're not raising much. $1 million. Now, I didn't mention MXL and SIMO. SIMO is being bought or merging or whatever with MXL. So MXL is down $8, I believe, down $10 now. MXL is down on that news, and SIMO is up. SIMO. Give me one moment. So China conditionally approves the Max Linear Silicon Motion deal. I think it's MX. I think MXL is buying them. But whatever yeah, they must be because yeah, the acquiring company is taking the hit. All right, now what I want to do is take a look at the upgrades and downgrades for this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Oh, only three, only a handful of upgrades. I'm going to take a look at NTAP. Earnings by today, VICR has been as an upgrade, price target of 80 now. Ah, there you go. BJ, Morgan Stanley has upgraded WW to 13. The original price target was 5. Now it's 13 for WW. Now, Morgan Stanley has upgraded NetTap, NTAP. Take a look at NTAP and see if it's close to that upgrade price. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing it now. They've got a price target of 74, so it's already at 80. So forget about that one. Okay, now I'm going to take a look at the downgrades. I bet you we have more downgrades. Not a lot, but definitely more than the upgrades. I'm just looking to see if there's any downgrade of significant, like with a price target that is crazy. Not really seeing anything. I mean, Morgan Stanley. Take a look at RTX, guys. Once I finish this, All right, I want to see. Actually, it's got a couple of downgrades. I don't know why. Goldman and somebody called Telsey Advisory, but it's for this LVLU, super cheap. I don't know why they're really worrying or talking about this one at all. But RTX has been downgraded by. It's basically below it. Downgraded by Morgan Stanley to 95, but it's already below that. So yeah, quite interesting on the WW upgrade. I don't know if that's brand new today or if this has been something that's been in the past, which would account for the rise it's had on basically no news. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. And again, we're in for a negative open and getting a little more negative. So let's take a look at the major sectors from our toolbar, clicking on new and then dock channel bar, show more, and get down to the sector status. It's sort of interesting. What stands out right now, of course, is energy. So these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These stocks are the ones that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in red on that bar, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. All right. And so that's what these percentages means. Of note, I mean, financials are 71% or above yesterday's close. And virtually every other sector communications about 50-50. Look at tech though, 75% are down from yesterday's close. Again, remember now, these are just numbers. 75% doesn't mean that, the stocks are tanking. Something could be down 0.00001% from yesterday. So that would work into that 75% as an example. But anyway, what I really want to see, so the market had a big day yesterday. And I'm assuming that XLE, of course, keeps moving away from that 200-day moving average. Yeah, keeps moving away. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, energy keeps moving away. XLE keeps moving away from that 200-day moving average. So all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Guys are talking about alt. Yeah, I mean 3.1 million. It is. I don't know that it's an earnings play. See, I'm gonna have to assume reports preliminary, so it's not actually an earnings play, an official earnings play. It may as well be. Our provider has it on the 14th. So does that word preliminary mean okay, it's not official? Because that's the same thing that with another one that we looked at earlier, and that was the Sun Power, yeah, SPWR. And MIT is moving higher, MITT. I don't see MIT anywhere. The reason being their volume, yeah. So the volume is not great yet. MITT. Low float, 18 million. So I don't know. It's not really acquisition news. It just says stake. Property Trust picks up a 5.2% stake in AG Mortgage Investment. But there is really no volume yet. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Great. Thank you very much, Blaine. You're absolutely right. I'm still muted. I'm just looking at the BNTC. It looks like it's popped, but really it hasn't. Because when you look at the spread, it's 346, 374. So, but WW, I don't know if, well, I was talking about the big, I don't think I was on mute when I was talking about WW at $11. When you look at the weekly chart, hopefully, well, if I was, just go over it again. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 11. Now it's right at 11 now. If it can pop through that, then the next high on the weekly chart is around 12. Okay. So WAL, man, what a potential gap fill this is now. Look at this gap fill, guys. Potential. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is $76. That's where it all started. Silicon Valley Bank. That's when it all started right here. That week seems like years ago, but it's only in March. Only in March. That's when it all started. Hard to believe. Look at this. I mean, this stock got down to $7. $7. But you know what? It looked like it was $7 and look, okay, everything's rosy again. But then on this week, I don't know if that was an earnings play or what it was, but got back right back down to $11. Now, Wall is coming into the 200-day moving average, 52.44. So it's not that far away, less than $1 away from the 200-day moving average. Give me a moment, guys. Just getting set for this open. 9:28 now, almost 9:29. Pretty soon there will be no more opens with the 24-hour market. I shouldn't say pretty soon, but it's coming. Okay, guys, less than a minute. The market open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I don't know if I mentioned this one, this ABVC, ABVC. Yeah, they're acquiring some real estate assets for strategic investments. So that is the ABVC. Pretty low float, 20 million in the float. So KNSA, guys, I have that one thumbnail. KNSA having a bit of a move right now. KNSA. And just as I was talking about, now there's a WW right at this. It got to be shorts available at 1.89 million. 1.89 million at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I just have this feeling it may get really stuck trying to get through 11 just based on that month where there was a lot of action right at 11. Okay, let's take a look at this BNTC in case the spread is tightened. No, but it's through, guys. I mean, it is through now. Wow, it is through. That 1104 or whatever did not stop it yet. So it still has room. I mean, it still has room to, I think the next time the weekly chart was something like 1187. Meanwhile, these China EV plays, XPAV, still running high here. 1924 is the next high looking left. Put it over $1 away. Wow, WW. Well, so much for that 1106 resistance. That must have been a new one from Morgan Stanley. I don't recall seeing that before for WW. Their price target of 13. I don't recall seeing that before. Well, okay, I'll look at Tilray again. I mean, it's got a huge gap. I mean, well, percentage wise, anyway. 244 is the next high looking left. It is an earnings play, uh, but their business of cannabis not doing well. But I guess somehow I didn't even know they were in the alcohol business because that is what's helped them, according to what I'm reading. And it's a big float, 649 million in the float. So it is going to take a bunch to keep moving this. KNSA. I'm just looking at this one. This is a thumbnail for me. So the high of yesterday, getting close. 20 is the high of yesterday for KNSA. So let's take a look at the market. So the market was trying to go positive, but or sellers have stepped in and have knocked that so far. I mean, only 3 minutes in. Okay, now I have to look at the spread for this BNTC. All right, guys, KNSA now through 20. Early though. WW now showing up on the option scanner. Dish showing up on the way down. Dish. I think we're doing some kind of a deal with Amazon. It says, well, first of all, I guess it jumped. It did go higher. Partners with Amazon to offer wireless, but the market doesn't care. Market does not care right now, anyway. Oh, Dish getting slammed here, guys. Dish is just getting slammed here after the nice pop pre-market. Market opens though. Next low looking left is around 740, so there may be some support there. Wow, KNSA guys should look to see where the next high is on the weekly chart. KNSA. I hope my noise canceling working because my computer's going crazy today. I don't know why. Let's see. KNSA. So the next high looking left, 2390. 2390. And so over 2 years ago, 2390 is the next high looking left for KNSA. KNSA. So the longer this holds 20, I'd love to see this just hang around 20 for a little bit longer and then, give it that 15 minutes and then maybe hop on it. And we have a halt now for Dish on the way down, right? Yeah, look at this. Dish halted on the way down, our first halt of the day. Yeah, ABVC. I just mentioned it just before before the market opened because I think I forgot to mention it's on my list. I think it's in the ones that I mentioned as the pre-market movers. Now the next level is up. I'm not in it, guys. It's too early for me, but some of you are a little more aggressive than I am. That's fine. 676 is or 682 is the 200-day moving average. So it still has some room to get to there. HBI, you guys are talking about HBI. Haynes. Yeah, big, nice pop for Haynes here. The next high looking left is, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance right around 520, 525 to 530. You look at that weekly chart, there's a lot of action right around there. So it's not that far away. I think Mr. Cohen should, try to run AMC better or NG. I'm just kidding, but if this takes out that 20 level, then the next high is 6. Okay. So if it can take out that 20 level, guys, for HBI, the next high is 6. This has got my interest. I know it's less than 15 minutes, but it's definitely got my interest if it can take this area out right here. You can see the high is 529. If it can do that, because the next high is 6. Yeah, XPAV, take your pick, guys. XPAV, LI, and NIO. Sure, they're all moving about the same. Boy, again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, there's the XFAB at 1801, 1919 now. This is on the 10-day daily breakout. Of course, the ABVC is in the sixes. WW, the 10-day daily breakout right now, if you were aggressive, you're making lots of money. Well, I don't know how much money you're making. Depends how many shares you take, of course, but HBI guys getting really close to taking out that 529. So again, you want these scans? Well, you need a subscription. But I'm sharing those scans. I'm sharing those scans, my 10-day daily breakouts. I'm starting to follow Morgan Stanley a lot more closely. Goldman used to be the one, but it's Morgan Stanley and their upgrades have really produced in the last little while. Not all of them, of course, but guys, HBI is so close now to taking out that 29 level. And if it can take out 29 and move from there, it has room to six, and that is HBI. Again, not a recommendation for you to do anything. You have to make up your own mind, meet your trading plan, then go for it. Here's TDOC, guys. TDOC is an earnings play also. TDOC, TDOC is an earnings play. Look at this. So big gap up in the pre-market, and then the market opens, and look at this. What a move. Now coming right into the 200-day moving average, 26. I mean, obviously, if it can if it go through that, 27.43 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. Okay, guys. Well, look at that HBI. It just stalled right at that 529. Now let's see if it can come back. Okay, guys, keep an eye on HBI. If it has a big move through 529, this could really get it rocking. And why 529? Just look left on a weekly chart, and you'll see that's the next high. Okay, guys, let's see if this has any movement now with the HBI. A minute. And it's an option play now, too. We need to see if it can get close to the 50s HBI. Man, you'd think the market is just ripping, but the things I'm looking at anyway. Okay, guys, I've taken some off at the 545 level. I mean, I don't completely. It's a little early for me, but it is 9:45 now. So I had a pretty tight stop on that, 532 to 545. But I want to see if it can pop through 550. That is the HBI. Yeah, this XPEV is freaking believable. I mean, you saw this right here. This started at 8:45 and now almost 20. I mean, this went from 15. I mean, that's a 25% pop. Now I want to take a look at Nile. If Nile is doing exactly the same thing. XPEV is a little bit, well, actually, I'm sorry, NIO, not NI. Okay, so NIO's up 6.8%. XPAV is up 31%. Okay, so that's the leader. Let's take a look at LI. LI is moving. No, but XPAV is the leader in this of the three. I don't know if XPAV actually has some news specific to it, or it's just the general China market is ripping. KW, I didn't see that KWeb was moving though in the pre-market. Well, now I do. It wasn't moving in the pre-market. XPAV was already moving, but there's KWeb, China ETF. They got a Volkswagen investment. Okay, thank you for that. Looking at my headlines, I didn't see it. Now I see it. Invest $700 million. NASA's cooperation agreements. And so Volkswagen investing $700 million. Well, that'll do it. I guess that would do it, wouldn't it? Well, guys, I have no idea if T-Doc went through that. What I thought, yeah. So far, these little resistance areas don't mean anything so far. No, I wouldn't call the 200-day moving average a little resistance area, but it just tore right through it. T-Doc, TDOC, the 200-day was 26.12. But might stall there, but no, and it's an earnings play. So, I mean, the next high is 27.40, a dollar away. Of course, not saying it's getting there. I'm not sure I saw that headline. I think the only thing I saw, no, I'm sure I did not see this. Otherwise, I probably would have taken some in the pre-market on that for the XPEV. All I saw was, China. This is what I saw. China ADRs rise after Beijing vows more support. That's what I saw. So I don't know if this news just hit afterwards. I really don't know. Well, guys, T-Doc, not in it. Okay, guys, I'm out of the HBI. I'm going to take a look if it takes out 550 later on. So did okay on it, not as much as I wanted, but not bad. Again, I really don't like taking early trades, but it was over five, the whole number. So I thought, okay. Now Snap. Okay, so it didn't hit until 9:15. Okay, that's where I'm seeing it in IB also, William. But earlier talk at 8:57. So that is your little trade exchange, not your little, but your trader exchange. Is that what? In that case, that was a good one. I hope you took advantage of it. What the heck's wrong with you? Okay, guys, let's take a look at some other things now. Now, Snap, right at $10. Earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 996. Yeah, I don't know. To me, there's just a lot. It's a billion in the float, almost a billion in the float. It is going to take a bunch to keep moving this down. So I'm not wild about a short on Snap. Lavarino, good morning. You seem like you're new in the room. Either Flavorino or Flavorino. Yeah, good morning, everybody who is new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sometimes later than 3 if there are questions. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Tell your friends, even if your friends aren't traders, they might be interested, not just in what I have to say, but we have a lot of great traders in the room. Okay, what I'm doing right now is taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. We have I'm just looking at now. We have a couple of alerts from the AI. Now, listen, I mean, Tilray. All right, I've taken some of this Tilray, but two is my stop. Okay, just in case. I mean, it's got a huge float, so it's going to take a bunch to move this. But I've taken some right here at 208. I just have just a tremendous bias against anything in this sector, but funny man in our YouTube room. Mm. All right, guys. So MXL is recovering here. So this is the one. This is the company that's buying SIMO. So it is starting to recover. Okay. Let's see if it gets through 26. Nicely done, Tank. I know 3M had earnings yesterday. Well, so far the star has been T-Doc, and I call it the star because it has had no pullbacks whatsoever. There's been no. If you took this one relatively early, you should still be in it, almost full size. There would have been really no reason to get out. All right, guys, keep an eye on MXL. I mean, if it holds 26 and starts to move, this could be a great. I missed it. Shoot, I missed where I wanted to get it. Oh, this is yeah. Gotta watch myself here. Don't want to say anything bad, but anyway, missed getting where I wanted to get it. MXL. Let's see if it pulls back a little. If you took it, of course, I don't want it to pull back for you. But this is, yeah. The minute it took out 26, that was so key. You know, you can see the high right there was 25.90, but over 26. So this one right here, this AUB, this is I was demonstrating in the simulator how you can take a trade, and I said, listen, if you want to practice swing trading, just don't get out of the trade at the end of the day. So this is a carryover from yesterday. At this point, what I'm going to do, just to show you what is the high over here. Yeah, it looks like there's a high right there. So I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay, so I flatten the trade just by highlighting the trade and clicking the flatten button. That gets me out of the trade. Well, good exits on the HBI, guys. Good exits. Now the XPAV, boy, if it takes out 21, let's take a look at XPAV and where it could go if it gets back over 21. Fixed high, there's 1920. There's 2165. Wow, T-Doc, unbelievable. Look at this, straight up. Now, again, if you're in this one, I'm sure you must be aware by now to look left. 2741 is the next high looking left. That's also on the weekly chart and the daily chart. Okay, Tilray, you better watch what I say. Ah, look at XPAV. Hey guys, I'm taking a look at some of our the calls from our AI. Um, yeah, I'm not 100. I mean, there's a high right over here at 157. So, and then there's one over here at 160. So it could easily stall between here and 160. Now, if we can get through 160, then 172. What we need is Morgan Stanley to put it like a $50 price target on XPAV. Okay, still have that BNTC thumbnail. Just want to see what the spread is like now. 370, 380. Well, speak of XPAV, there we are through 21 now. ANSA guys is still hanging around that 20 mark and it's got room. So this is definitely one to keep watching to see if it holds that 20 mark. Okay. Holds the 20 mark. Now it popped up to 2036 and up to 2017. The sellers have knocked it down a couple of times, but you know, the longer it holds is 20. And again, why are we interested? Because I think the next high is 23 on the weekly chart. Yeah, 20, almost 24. So, and of course, it's above yesterday's high. This was an earnings play yesterday. So this is like a second day continuation on earnings for a KNSA. And this is a pretty low float also, 33 million in the float. So it's a pretty low float. Well, congrats if you took the MXL. The MXL is I just missed it by a few pennies and I didn't want to chase it. So look at it go now. Okay, guys, I'm taking a position here in the KNSA. As long as it holds a little over 20, I'll hang on, and that's the KNSA. And only because of the room. Okay, it's got room to 25 or 24 on the weekly. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'll continue to sort of hold on to Tilray for a little bit. It's basically where I bought it, so I just don't have a lot of faith in it at all. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the KNSA to see if it has any sort of a pop here. All right. Well, you were talking about bank, be and Sage. Remember Sage yesterday? Oh, I didn't even see this one, Sage. We saw it yesterday, then it had a nice recovery, but now it's moving down again. Sage, it showed up on the option scanner. 38.45. So 37.77 right now. And this is what I'm talking about. 941, 38.45, potential short play. All right, little move now for KNSA. Little move. Oh, look at the boy. I hope somebody took the MXL. Meanwhile, Pac W, Sage. Vicky, my goodness. Haven't seen you in here for a long time. 35 degrees, no rain. Too hot for me. Wow, MXL, tremendous. Just tremendous. Still down 21%, guys. So, but great recovery. Well, MXL, I mean, the next high on the 15 is about, yeah, about 30. Meanwhile, XPEV, more rippage for XPEV. Come on, Morgan Stanley, put a big price target on this. Unexpected. This is an unexpected investment by Volkswagen. Yeah, XPEV is nuts for absolutely for sure. I will tell you that I've traded this in and out. I'm not in it anymore. And I'm looking at my last exit, and I'm again going to find that brick wall and run run right into it. Okay, big level. I mean, there's the weekly high, 2165. If it breaks through that, then the next high is 2361. STLA, guys, STLA. Now, this is an earnings play. Yes, STLA is an earnings play. Where are they out of? They're out of the Netherlands. Another one out of the Netherlands. This is breaking out over 19. Let's take a look left where the next high is. You know what? It's got room to 20. I'm not saying it's getting there. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but the next highs are around 20 for STLA. What is the spread like for STLA? Oh, no, 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 no. BNTC. Take a look at BNTC now. Okay, guys, I've taken a little spec position in this thing. I might be out already. The bid just has to catch up to the ask. I'm out of the Tilray, guys. That's it. Never again. Bye bye Tilray. Took a little loss on it. Okay. Well, let's see. Again, the minute it got over 4, I took some. Okay, that's what I was watching this one. Now I have no idea where it's going to open. I mean, we're suggesting a 426. There's the halt, and of course I have my finger on the submit button. in Interactive Brokers. Well, we'll see if it's a nice job. We'll see what it does after this halt. Oh, this is dry. This is kicking me off, guys. MXL. Oh, I don't know, Neil. I don't have. I mean, you can do it yourself. The Anchored VWAP through the 200-day. I have no idea. You you know, I'm not really using the Anchored VWAP, so if you have trade ideas, just use the anchor, and it all depends where you anchor it from. Right now, of course, I have to now look at the STLA guys. STLA, boy, there's a lot of great plays. Again, this has room to 20. I'm not saying it's getting there. It's an earnings play. Fingers crossed. 450, 450. What time is it? The halt was at 10:10:54. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:15 plus almost 10:16. So of course that's all I just want just watching that. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So anyway, Neil, I mean, as far as there's no definitive answer to that anyway, because it all depends where you anchor it. Okay. That is really okay. At least my KNSA is still working for me. Yeah, typically I would think that a stock that does a reverse split the next day, there are probably no shorts available. Okay, what time is it? 10:14, almost 10:15. So another minute or so, if it's a 5-minute halt. So guys, again, if you're wondering why did I even know about BNTC, because look, it's not showing up anywhere. Not in my scans anyway. And again, we said watch it tomorrow, as was yesterday, and see what it does once it comes out of its when it's first day of its reverse split, just to see if there's any action. All right. So far, so good. 450. I have my finger on the submit button. I have a price. Okay. It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Shoot. Looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. That's okay as long as this number keeps going up, but don't like this at all. Normally the halts are 5 minutes. I would say that 98% of them are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, it is a usually it's a multiple of 5. So now it could be a 10-minute halt. So now I've got to wait to 10:20. But the longer this goes, of course, this can start dropping. So I would have gladly exited at 460. Hmm. Okay, guys. Well, I really there's boy that T doc just will not stop. So we had a little bit of a bottoming tail there, but still all candles green so far in a 15-minute chart for T doc. Earnings play, and well, look what it did. So much for that high. Took out that high of 27.42. So now when you look left, the next high on the weekly chart is 28.71. What a great turn! What a great earnings play this one just turned out to be. Pretty big float too, 162 million in the float. So to move 21%, that's impressive. All right, what time is it now? Another 2 minutes. Yes, I am. Yes, David, I am in BNTC. Yes, just over 4. So, I mean, I don't think I can. I mean, unless this opens at 380, but even then, I mean, we just have to wait and see. For me, anyway. 10 minutes. Now it's a 10-minute halt at least. Well, as we said multiple times, the first halt usually isn't too bad. Okay, another minute. So you see what I'm saying, Neil? There's no such thing as what is the absolute anchor. All depends on where you anchor it. Okay. Okay, guys. The NTC 465, 465, 470, 470. I love the 10-minute halt. Okay, 10 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt. If it's a 10-minute halt, 10 seconds. Finger on the submit button. There we go. Okay, I've taken some off. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 5. If it gets back down to like 4, 5, 6, there, I'm out, guys. I'm out. I'm out. Out, out, out. Okay, wasn't bad. It can go through 5 without me, that's okay. So risky. Watch this. Yeah, it's gonna go through 5 without me. That's okay. Well, now I'm ticked off. Could halt again. That's okay, guys. It's, super risky, super risky. So that's why there's a classic, guys. That's why you follow the reverse split the day of, just to see if something crazy can happen. This wasn't crazy, crazy. We've seen crazier things. But that got the old I got the blood going. Okay, let's take a look at other things now. NLSP just showed up. NLSP just showed up over $1. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is 112. Well, I had my finger on the submit button paradox with a price. So, okay, now XPAV is actually starting to give it up, guys. XPAV is starting to give it up, and I think it's through the VWAP. I believe it's through the VWAP. 1973 is the VWAP. Yeah, so it's right at the VWAP, guys. 1973. So, will the VWAP hold it? 1973 is the VWAP. The 200-day moving average is 988. No, no, 988. I was thinking it was 1988. So that's obviously irrelevant. But the VWAP at 1973, will that hold it? So here's my thinking. If it gets back over 20, it could have another run and maybe put your stop at the VWAP area. Meanwhile, have I missed STLA? Not really. Okay. Well, BNTC is challenging 5 again, but I'm not interested in it now, unless they put out a press release, which they did not do. Crazy though, isn't it? Do a reverse split, 1 for 17 reverse split. Look at T-Dog. It's moving higher and higher. Never got into this one. It was too early for me. And I just kept moving higher and higher. Okay, guys, XPAV is trying to hold that VWAP really well. XPAV, 1973 is the VWAP. It's trying to hold it. BNTC. Okay, guys. So all I have right now, I still have the KNSA. I still kind of holding out that it is a bigger move that it has had. I'm in at 2024, so nothing fabulous yet. Okay, for XPEV, I have to put an alert at around 20, just over 20. See if it gets back over 20. I had to expect some profit taking. Well, there's BNTC showing up here now. Well, if you were braver than I am and somehow held on to a piece, that your next high is 578, and then if it can, this is all split adjusted, of course, and the next high is 9. Mm. Guys, XPAV looks like it wants to regain 20. It's at 20 right now. XPAV is at 20 right now. XPAV now looks like this is not good right now. It is now getting below that VWAP. Remember, it's an area, okay, 1974. So, but it's below the VWAP now. And it did not take out that my price alert of around 20, I think it was 2005, 2015 or so. Just toying around that VWAP area, 1974. I know I'm sort of nagging on this, but I mean, it's such an active stock, 13 times normal volume, huge float. That's why it's so impressive, up 28% with that float, 670 million in the float, 76 million have traded, 13 times normal. All right, how'd you guys do on that MaxL? Let's see, MXL. Did it finally have a? No, it's still hanging in there. The high was what, 27.86, so it's dropped a little bit, but it's still hanging in. Okay, guys, I have to do an experiment here. Okay, guys, XPAV. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I'm out of the KNSA, basically flat. The minute it was starting to get that underneath that 2030. So it took a little loss on the KNSA, a little disappointing, but look at now look at the XPAV here. going to keep watching can. This is almost something that, I'm not, I'm not a big swing trader, but that KNSA is just sort of jumping around. Might have to just take a little bit. I may swing it. I may, depending on how it closes today. KNSA. Meanwhile, T-Doc just keeps moving higher and higher and higher. Probably the best earnings play of the day, guys. Best because it really hasn't had a big drop. Look at this. I mean, some bottoming tails here on the 15, but basically straight up on earnings. T-Doc, TDOC, PJ. Well, you know what? I have to take a look at T-Doc. Lot of shares available to short interactive brokers, 6.6 million. So there are a lot of shares available. Not that I want to short it here or maybe never, but I just have to know that there are shorts available. I mean, this just can't keep moving higher, can it? Looks like the next high in the daily chart is right there, that red line. So the next high in the daily chart is 28.13 approximately. All right, guys, 10:34. I think I'll go over what you can find on my homepage, especially my scans. Yeah, it's not like it was a stellar earnings play. I mean, as you say, William, they lost less than expected. So crazy how that works. Okay, here is my homepage link. You click on it. So if you do want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll go back to the regular price. Now, if you do want an annual, I can get you a 25% promo. You'll have to let me know though. So if you're sitting there with a monthly, you want to go annual, I can help you. If you don't have it at all, I certainly wouldn't recommend though, if you don't have trade ideas at all, don't start it with a yearly. Just start off with a monthly, see if you like it. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. Oops. If you are new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I think there are about 38 videos. You don't have to look at every one of them, of course, but the last two, I think are pretty important because it goes over the concept of having a trading plan. You must have some kind of a plan to trade. It's not just, gee, this looks good. I think I'll take it. Okay. Daily stock of the day video. Well, I've got a bunch to choose from, but anyway, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click on the education section right here. Great user guide. You click on the user guide. Again, there is that getting started section again. More detail, more in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find more about stock racing. I would also really look at the price alerts. Okay, really simple to put a price alert on a chart. I use it all the time, and I'll show you how in a second. Over, not a second, but maybe in 5 minutes. How's that? Okay, very simple to do. Getting started again. There's your getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm in a bit that it is Jamie. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube and listen. And in case you're wondering, well, why am I talking about a YouTube room and a main room? The YouTube room is just a little bit easier to get into, but it's not as say user friendly. There are not as many traders in there. There's not as much interaction. So this is the main room. But again, when I take my break, you can head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie today. And last, my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans immediately, just scroll down and here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market to kind of, figure out what stocks are moving up, what stocks are moving down, kind of maybe set the tone for the day. Got a couple of races that I'm sharing. Here are my breakouts, okay, which obviously have performed extremely well. The 10-day daily breakout right there. The way I've got this organized is that this is the don't repeat version, right on the right-hand side. This is the repeat version. So for instance, at 10:13, we had an alert for TDOC. The price was 27.41. You look over here, every time TDOC makes a new high, you'll see it. Now, if you're wondering, well, wait a minute, why was it at 10:13? Why wasn't it earlier? Real simple. Whatever filters I've got in here did not hit TDOC until then. Okay, but you can take a look at this and nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown. This is just the reverse. This is a 10-day daily breakout. Nothing in the breakdown today so far. And then this is the option play scan right there. You can see it. The momentum up and down. That's the doc momentum up and down. This is the halts resumes. Ooh, BNRG just got halted. And there's my single stock window. Okay. Now, single stock window, these are just the filters that we have. Okay. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see, but this is what I like to see. So for instance, you see with the TDOC, 90,000 contracts so far represents 5.9 times normal. I'm going to go over the option plays a little bit because if you're new, you're thinking, well, am I trading options? No, I'm trading the stock. But what this is showing me are stocks having an abnormal option activity today. So I've been saying this for a while. This is a free room. Let's keep it free. The way we keep it free is if you decide that you want to take out a subscription, please use this promo code. You can save my homepage link and use my code or do it now. The reason being is that and the company knows that the room is working the way it should. I mean, obviously this is a marketing tool, but if you're sitting in the room and you don't have a subscription, that's fine. It is a free room. But if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my code. It's just the room will get credit for it. Also, if you save my homepage link, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section anytime you want. And also, because it's a free room, you have friends that want to come in, even if they're not trading or not even thinking about it. Well, maybe if they're thinking about it, but they don't know anything about it, tell them to come in. It's a free room. They can listen to me. They can also take a look at what other people are posting, ideas. All right, dish, 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 dish. Just getting trounced here. Okay, guys. Well, okay, T-Doc still hanging around that 28 level. TDOC hanging around the 28 level. This is an earnings play also. TNL, Travel Leisure Co. Um, what's the next low looking left for it? 37.82. So it's got about 60 cents to that next low. And it is Jamie. Okay, Jamie's just confirming it is him today. Good stuff. Hi, glad to see you did well. Look at T-Doc, guys. I mean, this may not stall at 28, obviously. But where is the next high looking left? I mean, I keep thinking that, and eventually this is going to turn into a pretty decent short for a bit. 28.77 is the next high looking left. 28.77, 28.71. 28.71 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And again, if you're wondering why I'm not in this, it just ran away from me. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, and it just ran away from me. And that's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. I deal with it. I don't love it, but I'll deal with it. Okay, guys, I popped myself back into the KNSA. I'm really thinking about this one now on a potential swing. GLTO, guys, GLTO. Oh, this was super active yesterday. Continue. I'm not sure why I wasn't following it today. Looked at it in the pre-market, didn't see it really in the pre-market, wasn't really doing much. There it is, GLTO, low float, 16.9 million in the float. Yes. All right. You know why I'm going yes. I hope you know why I'm going yes. All right, KNSA got back in it and making a nice move now. I mean, it's got the room to 24. Not saying it's getting there, but it does have the room to 24. Anyway, GLTO. Just talking about GLTO. Let's see if there's any setup on this. 16.9 million in the float. So has earnings coming up July 28th. So it's got earnings coming up. That is on Friday, I guess. Yeah, Friday for the market opens. And let's look left. Where could it go before it hits that next high? So it looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 353. And then after that, 356. And also there looks like there's some resistance around that 350 mark. So glad I got out of that Tilray, TLRY. Boy, this one just kept moving down, 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 almost a lifetime low. RMNY, excuse me, RMNI. Saw this one yesterday. A lot of shares available too. 388,000 at Interactive Brokers. A little too late for me, but wow, what a move down yesterday. Continuation down today. EQT is an earnings play, guys. Let's see what it's doing. EQT is an earnings play. So again, let's take a look left. I know it's a broken record, but let's take a look left. 4111 is the next high. Could that stall it? 4133. So there looks like between 41 and 4130 or so. Look at the weekly chart. There looks like there's a lot of potential ways in which it could stall right there, right around that 4130 mark for EQNR, or sorry, EQT. VICR, let's take a look at VICR. Just seeing your post now, David, in our YouTube room. Yeah, this is an earnings play. It's an earnings play. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I missed. Oh man, I missed the boat on this one completely. 22 million in the float. That's the reason why a stock can go. An $86 stock with 22 million in the float is really, really low. Yeah, I just couldn't keep an eye on this one. I mean, I didn't. I know I mentioned this one in the pre-market, the ICR earnings play, but too much else was happening for me. 3 month high, of course. Where could it keep going? 108,000 shares available to short. So there are shorts available. Oh, man, looks like 100. Wow, 100 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for VICR. Oh, I hope nobody's got trapped into this nonsensical one. AMC is really giving it up, guys. No, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Five, you know what? We'll see if they're still available if it takes out 486. Why 486? Because that's the low of 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and then underneath that, around $4. So maybe keep an eye on SunPower, SPWR. It's been just hanging around this level for quite a while now. It's an earnings play, basically an earnings play. We have it on the first, August 1st, but you can kind of see what it's doing right here. It's just kind of hanging around. But if it ever, what's the next low? Like, well, maybe it's not. Yeah, there's maybe not enough room. I thought maybe this would turn into a good short if it took this out down here, but might not be enough. Ah, remember EPAM got EPM from yesterday. Now, hopefully, this is not. I was waiting on this one to see if it could take out 9. It was sitting around 905 forever. This was yesterday. You can see right there. It was right at 908, 905. That's where it closed. I didn't close there. It closed at 890. So it's at 930 right now. And I think when we look left, there was a ton of room. I think I had to go back to, was this the one I had to go back to 2018? Yes. This is the one I had to go back to 2018 to see the next highs, which are around 985. So let's see now. I mean, do we really think something that happened in 2018 is going to affect this today, 5 years ago? There's Tilray underneath two now. I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, it could be a few of you in that one. That's a TLRY. So if you're in it, good luck. Didn't mention this one. Coca-Cola had earnings, and I guess they were pretty good. KO had earnings. KO. So here's a bit of a pop here. So actually, you can kind of see the reaction. Pre-market looked really good. Market open has actually went negative. Now it's gone positive again. KO. Great spread. 1 cent spread. So let's see if this can keep recovering here. KO. Volume coming in. Not high relative volume. Only 1.5 times normal right now. Stocks have no nationality, Grumpy. This KO looks really interesting, guys. This is 1 cent spread. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, let's see. I keep looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything. WW is actually making another move, guys. So the big upgrade from Stanley this morning upgraded to a price target of $13. That got it really, really moving again, and already had a great 3 days ahead of that. Ooh, look at the market now, guys. The market has been 45 minutes now down. This is an earnings play also, guys. VIRT did not see this one in the pre-market. I don't think it traded enough, so I didn't see it. But this is an earnings play, VIRT. And ooh, this has got room, a little bit of room to 20. Other financial, like kind of like T-Doc. Let's just 90 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not crazy high. Yeah, it's got room to about 20 for VIRT. There's the T-Doc. Finally, a move down. I'm not in it. I'm not on the short, but mentioning it as a potential short for some of you if you want to who are following it. So there is T-Doc. There's their first red candle of the day. Remember this one, this high flyer, MKFG. I don't think there are any shorts available for me. Oh, there are. What's the low here? 173. Well, if it takes out 173, that's the low of yesterday. And we've got all the way back down to almost $1 as a low for MKFG. Coke, guys, is just inching its way up. KO, inching its way up. KO. Yeah, Rocket Lab. Ooh, William, you're in this alt, aren't you? This is just showing now up on my 10-day daily breakdown. AULT. I think you're in that one. You're showing up right now on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, lifetime low right now. Basically a lifetime low. I guess the lifetime low is here, 318. A little too cheap for me to short, so especially with that low here. So I'm not even going to attempt it. Anyway, I'm looking at Rocket Lab here, guys. RKLB. Any news on this one? You know, big level for it to try to hold at 7. Now, if it takes out 7, the next low underneath is 16 or so. So there is room underneath for this one to keep moving down if it wants to. Give me a moment, guys. There's just something going on with my computer. I want to find out who is the culprit? Mm, it's crisp. Yeah, this is the culprit right now. Let me see if I've got that setting correct. Give me a moment. Mm. Boy, AMC guys just took out 5. Well, I guess obviously the play was to short XPEV after it really refused to hold that VWAP. Got up to 20 a couple of times, but now we had lots of shares available, 149,000 at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, things have really slowed down for me. That was a frantic first hour and a half, though. Now let's take a look at THRD. THRD is showing up on my, well, yeah, I don't like it. It's showing, well, maybe I do like it. Wait a minute. Take a look at THRD. I mean, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Look at the gap. I don't know what happened here. I mean, this was a $20 stock that week, cratering all the way down to 440. I'd have to, if somebody wants to go back and check, great. That happened in December. of last year. I don't know what the story is on this one. THRD. Well, certainly for the the larger cap stocks, I would say that things are going to settle down now until the FOMC. I think the major fireworks are going to be at 2:30 and on. I don't think the market's going to be surprised at 2 o'clock unless they decide to go 50 basis points, which I think then that will be a shocker to the market. But I don't think anybody is thinking that they're not going to raise interest rates 25 basis points. So that's at 2 o'clock, but then at 2:30 is the presser. And of course, that's when I think there'll be more action in the market. People are going to ask, well, what do you think? What's going to happen in the future regarding earnings rates or earnings interest rates? So that was the reason, Casa. Okay, so it was a big trouncing on phase one, and we're talking about the PHRD. So, um, see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news today. Whoops, I must have X'd out my time in sales. Just give me a moment. Bad, bad spread though. 610, 624. So this was news yesterday. Announced as next generation oral kit inhibitor product candidate. Okay, that was yesterday's news, and it caused a little bit of a pop for it. So this is maybe a delay, actually a big pop. It got up to 628, closed down here though at 560. So that news that they had yesterday actually did pop it up quite a bit. So now the trick is, can it get over yesterday's high again? And of course, the attraction of this one is this massive void here. We're always saying, look left. Well, that's a real look left. Low volume. Well, okay, the volume is tailed off. Okay, you're right. So I mean, all the volume was right here at 10:30. Something happened at 10:30. I mean, the overall volume is great, 1.6 million, 146 times normal, but all the volume happened right here. Most of it, I should say, at 10:30. Yep. Never buy it again, the tank. Okay, guys. Now here's the SunPower SPWR. Now the problem with it is 9. Okay, it could hold it. Problem being, if I want to short it. You guys talking about this one earlier, Riley N? I think. I don't think I've ever seen this one. It does not show up. Now it's showing up. Riley Financial. This is just showing up on the on my 10-day daily breakout. But I don't like the spread. 2171.22. I don't like that spread at all. Okay, guys, GLTO is, but again, I think there is the high. It's getting right into that high, the daily high. Looking left, 357 for GLTO. Wow, look at T-Doc right back up, guys. T-Doc is right back up after that about a 50-cent drop. And it has come right back up. T-Doc, TDOC. I think Tilray just has too much in the float. I mean, for it to run much more from here, my opinion anyway. Well, AMC guys, getting close to that low of I think 2 days ago. If it takes that out, I don't know what's going to hold it. 485. So this ape thing was supposed to, again, as I understand it, the ape thing was supposed to get the money, do the conversion, dilute shareholders, but get the money. Now that that has been, well, I don't know what the right word is, halted or halted for good, or they're going to look at it again. So they don't get money, they're not going to do well. But if they do get the money, shareholders are going to be diluted. So I can't see how this is good for AMC shareholders. Moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't look at that one. I mean, it doesn't mean you shouldn't or a person shouldn't, but I don't. I only look at the 200 SMA on the daily chart. That's the only thing I look at. I don't look at weeklies. I'm not saying a person shouldn't, but I don't. Oh, even Tupperware. Tup's on the move here. TUP's on the move, guys. Okay, if it takes out yesterday's high, which is 154, then it's got a shot to the 183 level. There's the SunPower guys making another new low, but again, I think that 9 might be tough to get through. And I'm talking about the SPWR. Well, that would have been a great short on the XFAV on that 20 break. Even if you waited for the really big break of the VWAP, which was I think 1980 or so, 1972 now, but it was a little higher before. Now, Steve Gomez loves that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. That's what that orange line is. Now, he doesn't use pre-market data, so his line may be a little different, but he loves to see this. He calls it the jam down into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart to see whether or not that holds it. Holding it meaning will it bounce off this or will it go right through it? I'm watching it in that I have it thumbnailed, PJ. Other one thinking here, guys. Omer, OMER, not an earnings play. Take a look left on the weekly. 435. So not enough room for me. If it was down here at 367, I'd probably try to take this short. A little bit extended though on the way down. Groupon took off. Let's take a look at GRPN. This is from our key short in our YouTube room. Yeah, definitely some activity. The high 858 is the next high looking left, other than today's high, of course. HIW, guys, take a look at HIW. It's another earnings play. Let's see if it's anything interesting. Let's see, 25 broke through 25. The next low, yeah, I just don't see enough room looking left. I just don't see enough room for it to keep going down without hitting the next lows. As you can see, I'm pretty picky. Well, meanwhile, T Doc right back up and a new high for the day. Why not? Next high, 2871 on the weekly chart, and then 2934. If I can get through that 2871. All right, for the THRD, I still have an alert set at the high of yesterday to see if it takes it out. 14.9 million in the float. But yeah, I mean, the volume, of course, it's hard. I mean, it's a skewed, of course, exponentially. Huge volume right here. 1.6 million, 1.62 million right here. And it's only traded 1.7 million. So most of the volume is on that volume bar right there. Somebody wanted it. Yeah, guys. I mean, things have really slowed down, and a lot of it, of course, is because of the FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then the presser at 2:30. So things have really slowed down now for me, anyway. Things I'm watching, even though most of the things that we watch here are fairly volatile. Usually, don't care too much about what's happening the rest of the market. I keep cooking on these things, and I keep hoping that I'm going to see a big gap either underneath or to the or looking left. I'm shorting underneath and top if I want to go long. I just don't see anything right now. I mean, the THRD is obviously could be awesome, but we need a lot of volume coming in. Okay, so here's a little trick, Kishore, okay? Regarding the thickness, style, I don't think there's a, well, I shouldn't say that. Take a look at these. Okay, here is the indicator. Well, you can check, you can have the when you say style, so the question is, I'm looking for trying to find a way to change the line thickness and style in the charts. Is there one? Okay, so now the style, I don't know about the style, but so you can modify the colors. I mean, that's about it. Okay. I don't know what other style you're looking for, but this is what I do. If you want it to be thicker, just do it a couple of times, two or three times, the same one. Okay. It's you'll notice here, probably that's what I've done with this orange one. So let's take a look at the indicators that I've got. And even on the VWAP. See what I've done? I've actually done the VWAP three times and the SMA 10 2 times, 3 times also, okay? Just keep adding it, yeah, that'll thicken it up. It's just a bit of a hack, but other than that and you can of course, you can change the color, but other than that, I mean, that's it. Yeah, I discovered that by accident one day because I didn't realize I had done that. I didn't realize it had the indicator twice, and so when I got rid of it, the one. Then I said, hey, wait a minute, the line is not as vibrant as it was. So I thought, oh, okay. So I just kept adding it. Will Andy be here on Friday? I don't know. I mean, usually, Peter, I don't know 100%, but why? Anything I can help you with? Or maybe he's got a scan that you want? Yeah, I don't, this EPM, I'd love to take it, but I just don't like this volume. I mean, it's not bad though. 934, 935. So, the spread is okay. EFAN. I don't think I've seen that one before. PFIN from Tank. Must be a misprint, right? Tank, not PFIN. Is it Redfin or no, this one's got some room. Not an earnings play. RCM does have some room. The next high looking left is 1733. So we're at 1662 now. It's above yesterday's high. Let's see if it settles down a little bit. Big float, 193 million in the float. Oh, good for you on the BNTC. Okay, guys. Well, look what is still moving is NIO. NIO is still moving. XPAV has dropped. NIO is moving. Kathy Wood has thrown in the towel on Chinese stocks. She's Last week she revealed that she's practically thrown in the towel on Chinese stocks. Should you follow her lead? All right, guys, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be in our YouTube room. Nio's got some room. I mean, 1441 or so is the next high looking left, I believe. 1436. So it has about $1 to go to the next high on the weekly chart. Am I still in K? No, I'm not. I'm not in KNSA anymore. I want to see how this closes. That's all. I am toying with the idea of swinging it, but I'm not in it anymore. Just not trading. It's a little too erratic. I mean, as long as it holds 20, I think it's still pretty good. But trying to hold the, I think it's trying to hold the VWAP, KNSA. 2016 is the VWAP. So yeah, trying to hold it. Well, I brought up PFIN. It didn't load. PFIN. I thought that was might have been a misprint. Oh, now it's loading. Okay, it just took a while then. Yeah, I brought it up and I thought, okay, it's not loading. Yeah, 1.4 million. Now, do I like it? Never heard of it before. Not that that means anything, but what I don't like about it, look at the spread, 746, 741, 780. So unless this, tacks on about $4, $2 or $3, how do you trade it? 741, 780? At least now it is. I don't know if you're in this one. Maybe you got in earlier. Better spread. So are you actually in this one, Tank? And if you are, what did you get in at? Because I'm looking at that spread of 40 cents. Now, I mean, look at it, 735, 780. So right now, to me, it's untradeable. Yeah, I'm disappointed in the KNSA. I thought it would hold the 2050 anyway, but doesn't matter what I think. So what? So okay, let me see if I can figure that out. You say you only buy at the bid. So for instance, right now it's 735, 780. So you would what? You would stick an order at the bid of 735 and hope it gets filled. And if you don't get filled, you just say here now. Okay, now it popped up a little bit, 750, 780. Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. It's just not normal, is it? Normally, you get it filled at the ask or even in between somehow. I keep hearing this GLTO, guys. It's still moving higher. Now, the high right here, 362. Better back this out on the weekly because if it takes out 362, where could it go to? The next high is 366. It's just, I mean, I'm so conditioned not to take a trade like this because of what I see looking left. Why, question in our YouTube room, why don't you trade somewhat sub $1 stocks? Couldn't you be more selective with your filters? Just personal preference, Trevor. I mean, you got to take a lot of shares. I just don't like to do it. It's like a business. It's like a plan I got. It's part of my plan. I have a certain price range I like, and I just steer clear of what I don't like. No, nothing wrong with trading sub $1 stocks if you can make money, but I just don't like doing it. You can take any one of my scans and change the price limit if you want. You want to change it to 50-cent minimum or 40-cent minimum, go ahead. I always say, I mean, you can have my scans. So if I look at this momentum scan right here, oops, and I click on the summary, so this is what it's looking for. All right. Price between $1 and $650, current volume 6, etc. But if you like the concept of this, because why it's a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute's 1,000% of normal, etc. But you might not like the price range. If you want to make it between 25 cents and a dollar, or go ahead. And I'm not just talking to you, Trevor. I'm just talking to anybody. Well, Petty, okay. So the question is, what's my take on the 200 SMA on the daily chart compared to the 50 and the 100, etc. Well, okay, you're talking to somebody who doesn't have a lot of indicators. Okay, so I only use the 200. I've never used the 50. I've never used the 100. Okay, so you're just talking to somebody though who really doesn't use a lot of indicators. I only have really the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. So but that does not mean that, people out there are using a 50 and or 100 or any other moving average. You can find a way to make it work for you, great. But there's no question that the 200-day moving average is probably the most universally used indicator. Okay. Jorge Moreno, is it possible to build a scanner that alerts me on any stock under $10 that moved 30 cents up in the last minute? Yes. However, now you can try something simple. I'm going to search on the running up. Okay, running up now dollars. Okay, so if you add that alert and then you put 30 cents, try that. Try that to start. Okay, so again, you can create under $10. I mean, are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Jorge? So I'm just wondering, are you just asking as a general question, or are you wondering if you have trade ideas right now, can you do it? Okay, well, listen, I take a break in about 18 minutes, but I can show you exactly. I can give it to you. You can fill in the blanks, but let's just do so an alert window. So we click on new and alert window, and I'm going to start from scratch. Okay, get rid of everything, load those settings. Okay, now we start. So window specific. So you want maximum of $10. Okay, any minimum? I'll tell you what. If you have trade ideas, I mean, you understand I'm going to give you this one, and then you can change, the values as you see fit. I'll put a minimum of 40 cents. Okay. And then let's do a volume. Let's make it at least say 200,000 shares. Again, you can change this. Okay. So at this point, all we've got is price between 40 cents and $10. The volume is at least 200,000 shares. Okay. Now, any stock, now we do the search, click on the search, and I'm going to type running up now, add the alert, and we put 30 cents in here. Okay. I'm going to give you your name is Jorge. So I'll just go and just see how it works. Oops. I had to just give me a moment. Had to check it. There we go. Problem with trade ideas is that sometimes there we go. I got to find this thing. Okay. Say okay. Okay. So here you go. So you can have this one and not pinned. Don't want it pinned. Oops. Okay, and then you can change the volume, you can change, maybe the minimum that you wanna see. Maybe you don't want it maybe you want it to be more than 40 cents, up to you, okay? You can add maybe relative volume, things like that, but that gives you, running up quickly, 30 cents in less than 1 minute, okay? Expand the time column so you know. You wanted anything under $10, David, so that's why I put the max of 10. You wanted anything under $10. BJDX halted because of volatility, okay? Aha. This was the big one from yesterday or the day before. Got all the way up to 14. Well, one is a filter though, okay? One is an alert and one is a filter. The change in 1 minute is a filter. So if he wants to get a real-time alert of something that's moving up 30 cents in a minute, then that's what I think he wanted. He wanted it alerts him on any stock. So one's a filter and one is an alert, a real-time alert. Okay, where is that THRD? I just had it pop up. Terrible spread. 616, 629. I think I'm just going to retire until 2, guys. 11:48. Jamie will be here in about 12 minutes. Well, okay, the change in 1 minute is a filter. So in other words, if you just want to see all stocks that have changed, that amount in 1 minute, but not as an alert. It'll be more like a remember now what the filters do is you would have then a top list. I mean, you can try it as using it as a filter, but it's not gonna give you a real-time alert as when it actually happens, if that makes sense. Just try it, okay? Try the running up now. I think that is going to give you what you're looking for. That'll give you a real-time alert as it happens. Whereas a filter, you would still need a trigger to see, maybe a new high of the day or something like that in order to get a real-time alert. The filter just filter stocks that have done that. Ah, I wish this THRD, I wish that spread was better. I would be taking this one. So remember, okay, here, this is what I'm talking about. So in this scan right here, these are the filters, okay? Stock is between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least six. Volume is at least 300,000 shares, etc. So if I added that one and the volume in the last minute was up 30 cents, that would be a filter, but that's not going to give you a real-time alert as to when it actually happened. Okay. So that's what the running up now will actually tell you actually when it happened. If that makes sense. All right. PFIN. Now I'll be screaming if it goes to 10. Okay, I'm not screaming yet. Yeah, and just, generally, Jorge and anybody else listening, I mean, what the filters do is there are, I don't know how many stocks are out there. Say, let's just make 10,000, say 10,000, 15,000. I have no idea how many stocks are out there anymore, but let's just say there are 10,000 stocks out there. If you just created a scan that said, show me stocks making new highs of the day without anything else, well, obviously what would happen is you'd be inundated with alerts. So that's what the filters are for, okay, to screen out, to give you the screening capabilities, maybe to get it into a price range that you like, a minimum volume that you like. Maybe the stock has to be up a certain amount for you to see it, that you like. Just things like that, because then that filters a universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you can select a trigger. It doesn't have to be a new high of the day or a new low of the day. It could be a 5 minute high, a 5 minute low. We've got all sorts of different real-time alerts, but I just personally just like to see new highs and new lows of the day. But that's just, obviously a personal preference. Yeah, that's a filter that I would have liked to have seen. That's a long time ago, David. I don't know why we can't do it, but actually the number of prints, we've got an average number of prints over the last 10 days, but that doesn't help. If a stock is really moving today and it really didn't do any, look at T-Doc, and it really didn't do anything over the last 10 days. So in other words, if you said, well, again, this is what I'm talking about. We do have a filter, and they created this. So, average number of prints. Doesn't help though if you're day trading. Because if you use the average number of prints and just say, well, I only want to see stocks that normally have, 2,000 trades a day, whatever that number might be. Well, the stock today that is just exploding for some reason, which is way over 2,000 prints, but maybe on average over the last 10 days, it only did like, 50. You'll never see it if you use that filter. So I don't, I suppose this is not bad if you're looking to, I don't even know what it would be used for. I was thinking about swing trades, but even that, I don't really see what the use of this would be for. But I asked for this a long time ago, and for whatever reason, they don't seem to want to do it or can do it. Because that would keep you out of trades where there's one huge volume bar. So maybe the relative volume looks excellent, overall volume looks excellent, but maybe it was one trade for 1.5 million shares, and then after that, nothing. Well, I don't use it at all, Travis. I don't use it at all. I don't find it useful at all. So I don't even know what I wouldn't know what value, because it's not a percentage. So you'd have to have a hard number. So I don't, I mean, because it's the average number of prints per day. I just wouldn't even think about it. I just brought it up because somebody asked the question about one of the ones we're looking at, the THRD. It doesn't have it had one huge volume bar and then nothing afterwards. Right here. Now, conceivably, I mean, this. I'm not saying it is. This could have been a cross. This could have been one trade in theory, and then nothing after that. But don't get hung up on it. Just we want lots and lots of filters. Most of them, I'd like to see them get rid of a lot of them. Yeah. So, well, it's the average number of prints per day. So if you're looking for a stock that averages 2,000 prints per day, and you put them in the min, you put 2,000. If that's what you really want. All right, guys. I'm anticipating Jamie's going to be here pretty soon, so I'm going to just put myself on mute. I'm on a break. Back around 1 p.m. PT. Well, average prints are the actual number of trades. So that's what I was trying to say. I mean, in theory, here's 1.5 million, right? In theory, that could have been one trade, one print, one trade. In theory, I'm not saying it was. Okay, but so the volume is 1.5 million or so. It could have been one trade, one big cross or something. So the print is the number of trades. The volume is, well, average volume is just the average volume. Could be, or it could be 100. It could be 100 trades. You don't know, Travis. You just don't know.
Barry.
I patented the whisper, so just give me a moment, Jamie. I've got to mute myself. Okay, guys, before I go, let me put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to James, who is in the room right now. When's the last time you were called James?
You know, it's funny because a few people refer to me as James, even though my name is not James. But, Jamie's typically the nickname for James.
So your name really isn't James.
My name is not James. My name is Jamie. That is correct.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay,
just
shut
for
down my
clarification.
music.
Yeah.
There we go. Music's on. Now I can hear you.
But if
Okay,
you call me
James.
James, I'm not offended. It's okay.
Okay. Well, I don't want to offend you.
It's like reverse.
It's like who?
it's reverse,
Oh, I see. Okay.
instead
Yeah.
of James being called
Yeah.
Jamie, Jamie can be called James. See, it works the other way as well.
How about if I call you Jameson?
That's fine.
Good Scotch whiskey.
Well, Barry,
Oh, man.
what a different environment this morning was compared to it seems like today, you know, what do we have a little almost 100 on the how many did you have on your earnings sheet
Oh, yeah.
today?
Well, I only looked at pre-market, okay? So only ones that were passing my pre-market filter. But yeah, there are a ton of them still
Yeah.
and getting more and more.
Indeed,
Look at that
indeed.
T-Doc. Look at the
Oh,
T-Doc. I mean,
the
what
T
an
doc.
amazing run before it finally had a bit of a pullback, but what a run.
Mm-hmm. Followed up by the how many days? One, two, three, four, five, 6 consecutive red days.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So the bounce is definitely in. Okay,
Grab my
let
screen,
me
yeah? Or
grab the
your screen
screen
or
here.
whatever the terminology is.
Okay,
There
should I?
we go. There's T-Doc as we speak.
Yep.
Okay, Jamie, I'll be back in about an hour.
Perfect. See you then.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour. So this is the live support sesh that we have every day from 12 to 1 p.m. No pre-planned content, just talking shop. So if you have any questions about trade ideas or would like me to use my rudimentary skills to look at some charts, by all means, use the questions panel to do that. Um, but hello, everybody. You know what, Travis? I see your question there, and you know what's weird is right before I got ready for this session, for some reason, the unusual number of prints alert popped into my head, and I started thinking about it. And then you asked that question. Hey, Leanne, how are you? So average number of prints, both as an alert and filter. Okay. So, Travis, if you're looking for interesting things, and I just happen to have one up here, notice this window. And I tell you what, let me get my pen. Always forget it. And where did you go? There we go. Okay. So what I was pointing out there, let's see, who asked that question? Travis. This window right here, using our unusual number of prints alert. So you can see here, for that type of print activity, this can be useful. All right. I typically don't even leave anything in the box. I just view the quality column that you can see here. And that's going to tell you during this alert, that's the number of prints that it considered unusual. Now, typically you're going to see if something really is, and I think this one isn't showing a whole lot. It's showing all symbols. Um, just not very active right now. But that's definitely one of the alerts you would want to explore. Well, because it gives me the real value, right? So as long as we have a quality column right up here, that's going to give you the exact value of the alert that you're using. And in this case, it is the, unusual number of prints. Now we could put our own ratio in there. And by the way, that's a ratio, not a number of prints. Okay. So we could say, okay, only show me if it's doing a ratio of 20x larger for the unusual number of prints. So you can set your minimum. But even if I set a minimum using this alert or any of the other alerts, I typically like to have the quality column in there just so I can see, hey, if I set a minimum of 20 and I get an alert, I can see, well, not only was the 20 met as a minimum, but it's also doing 50, 60, 70. So hopefully that makes sense to you. Now, as far as prints go, you mentioned this filter as well. So if you look at a stock, say, and you analyze a specific time period, and you see, okay, during this time period, the average number of prints is X. but you only want to be notified when it's above X, well, that's where you would glean that information. And this brings up a feature that we have. And let me just show you real quick here. That might help you find what the average number of prints is for any specific stock. So, Travis, have you seen what I have pulled up here yet? Stocks like this? You familiar with it, or is this the first time you might be seeing it? I'm hanging in there, Leanne. Crazy day or crazy open. And Jamie, I see your question there. I'll circle back around to you here when I can just kind of show this real quick. Okay, good question, Travis. If the quality is 30, what time frame is the 30 being measured in? Okay. Um, Good question about that filter, and it's been a long time. And we'll come back to stocks like this in a second. Okay, so let's consult yield help here, just because it's been a while. All right. Average number of prints based on recent history, not today's trading. Prints, last few minutes. Okay, so it's going to be closely tied to this alert. Okay. So I'm not going to really be able to give you much more detail than what is here as far as the time frame that it's analyzing. But if we pull this back up here, right? Let's just pick a stock at random. Um, Oops, wrong one. I was thinking of Stella. Okay. Stella, one of the earnings plays from today. Nice up move. And look at this nice little bullish activity we got going on over here on the daily. You know, throwing a few elbows here. This is one that I'm actually still in with a 18.99 stop. So fingers crossed it holds up and maybe moves higher for the day. But let's say we were curious about these two areas this little area right here, this little area of consolidation. And we're thinking to ourselves, what would the average number of prints been for Stella? And let's see if we can access it. Now, the definition, after reading that definition, I'm not so sure, but this is how we would come have a look, see if we can kind of target in on some values there. So STLA today, and let's just say this is, let's make it easy. That'd be 10:30 Eastern through, and we'll do a duration of 30 minutes. So we'll start right here at, I'm on Central Standard Time, so you add an hour, that'd be 10:30. And then we'll look at what the average number of prints was in these candles here for a duration of 30 minutes. Okay, so once I hit the button and I dictate the stock and the time to analyze for today, first it's going to show me all the alerts that fired for Stella during this time period right here. Then if we scroll down, and of course it's going to list them in order of frequency. Notice the one that showed up the most there is the 1-minute volume spike. Let's see, it was unusual number of prints on the alert present. I'm not seeing it here. So now let's go down to the filter. And I think that was, what's that average number of prints? So some of these are in, there we go, right here at the top, okay? So look at average number of prints, and it maxed out at 15,731, okay? Now, that might be a good place to start it might not be, because today is a little bit different than most days, because we're looking at it on a day where it's extremely active with earnings. But in a quote unquote regular market, when earnings have subsided and things aren't quite as crazy, especially if it's not a stock that just reported, or maybe it reported 5, 6 days ago and it's getting back to quote unquote average volumes. This is a very good way to try and reverse engineer not only a strategy, but your alert and filter settings for the patterns that you know, deem conducive to yourself. And you want to get in here and see what the mins and maxes were for a particular filter. So Travis, if you haven't been using stocks like this, it's just this URL right here, and I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat in case anybody else wants to pull it up and start gleaning information from it. All right, let me backtrack here. Jamie, isn't there a scan for a 5-day red? So 5 consecutive down days looking for a bounce. I'm sure there's probably one out there. We could try to configure one. I don't think I have anything in my cloud. Let me just take a gander here and we'll see. Down 5 days long. Well, let's just see what this one looks like. Now, I'm not seeing a symbol pop up, so I forgot to look at the timestamp there. So this thing might just be too old and need to be retooled. 10 and 1,000. Yeah, these volume parameters look weird. Tell you what, we'll just pop something realistic in here. 300,000, we won't cap that. Right at, okay, the stock had to be down exactly 5 days in a row. Don't really need a S&P change in there. Let's make this a little bit more realistic as well. Okay. All right, now at least we have something in there. Okay. AUPH. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down days. Boom. Having a green day today. I do not believe that is an earnings play. But something like that, Jamie. I mean, that kind of fits the mold. Let's see what else it spit out today. All right. PLX. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's considering that as a down day, but still not a bad not a bad play there. And of course, no surprise to see this one show up. TDOC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whammy. What a monster engulfing candle. Pardon me one sec, guys. What else might be on the menu today? AUPH, that was already up there. TDOC. SIM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whammy. This started out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Started out, trying to get green. Not the most liquid stock, but this one seems to do pretty good. All right, so I'll be happy to drop this into the chat for you. Nothing too crazy. Pretty vanilla on the filters. Just looking, keying off that exact 5-day of reds. Down 5 days long. Okay. Let me just remove that because that's a custom. And for example, since we're using new high on this one, if we do install the quality column, it'll tell you the value of the day. Okay. Highest it's been in 4 days. So just a little additional information there for you. Okay. You should have that link now. Okay, now I think everybody, I don't know if anybody else out there traded MXL today. Definitely one that everybody was talking about. But boy, it was tricky during this opening. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, even after this little period right here. We weren't quite back to highs. We got the nasty wick in there, kind of ruining you wouldn't have gotten the daily high alert until 25.86 as opposed to, big 50-cent move in there. So this thing was throwing elbows. I tried to make 2 different long entries, got stopped out. This was okay, not in sync with this one. Should have hit it the third time. The third time would have been the charm, but what are you going to do? Can't focus too much on one. Just put it in. If your stop gets hit. Unfortunately, I was a little too tight on my stops today, so I did not get to participate in the upside of MXL. But what should I have done in that case? I should have downsized a little bit so that I could have a wider stop. And boy, let me tell you, today is a great lesson in being able to shift gears as a trader. Because as most of you know, maybe some of you don't, I'm predominantly an intraday scalper. And the market's been conducive for such activities, especially with these kind of, before today and yesterday, things started kind of heating up on the earnings side. It was just that dog days of summer market where you're like, hey, is this thing even on anymore? Nothing's moving, right? Boy, things started heating up yesterday, and boy, you can tell it's the beginning of earnings because that action on your order books, if you're not right on the money, there's going to be a little bit of pain involved. So, I had to quickly tell myself, focus on your favorite scalping stocks. But there's going to be a lot of opportunity today, a lot more opportunity than there has been recently, just simply because of the amount of earnings plays. So instead of focusing on 5 or 6 stocks to scalp, I had to say, well, I got to start taking small positions here. A lot smaller than what I typically scalp. Sometimes just 1 or 200 shares, depending on the stock. Putting that stop in and letting it play out, because with earnings as the catalyst, you can get some really decent and juicy moves, whether it be short or long. Hey, Leanne. Yeah, see your question there. Recently, Snap has been added to my favorites list just because of the way that it trades and the way that I can read the tape in the order book. A lot of the times, the big orders that show up are legitimate. Of course, every once in a while, they'll pull the herky jerky on you. I mean, looking at Snap today, this gap down, and it doesn't look like a huge range, but man, boy, I tell you what, they sure found the floor today at 10, and this was a beautiful little move to scalp right up here. All right, even if you got the middle of these bars, even if you got 10.18 here, that was just about an 18-cent move with a very liquid seller. And of course, as soon as he was gone, bam, you had to be quick or you would get caught in the bounce chop here. So pretty good floor was found for Snap at 10 today. Clearly buyers in play there. Check out the 200 period right here. If Snap doesn't get a little oomph to it, and we don't close above that 10 period, well, it could be, not so good for Snap moving forward. But hey, that's good. Volatility is good. So Snap has been recently added to the repertoire. Another favorite of mine is Lumen. Okay. As you can see here, it can be pretty active. It's gotten a little tight over the past few days, but the characteristics are very similar to the way Snap trades. Snap might be a little bit more ferocious than Lumen, but you know, kind of like two peas in a pod. And depending on the volume levels and our earnings in play, Lumen's earnings aren't till August 1st. So Snap and Lumen are definitely two of my favorites. Of course, I can't leave out little Tilray, which was a lot more fun to trade before they announced their financing. It took it a little bit of time to establish some type of range after that gap down. But I guess when you lose a lot of money but come in with higher revenues, that's a good thing. That's what the market is telling us today. So Tilray is also a very good scalping instrument. Nice liquid books. Of course, today it was a little bit more difficult because, well, earnings in play, nice big gap up, and not the easiest thing to trade. You had to be minding your p's and q's because this thing was really like a buzz saw. So it'll settle out over the next couple of days and kind of get back to its quote unquote normal self. But Tilray, this is a nice little boost to get it active again. So I'd say right now my favorite stocks to scalp, definitely in the top three: Tilray, Snapchat, and Lumen. And to your last question there, can you talk a little bit more about how it trades for scalping? Um, if I had my trading software up, I would just show you an order book and go, well, like right now, if we pulled up, let's just do Snap. Okay, kind of take a little snooze here in a tight range. So if we were to pull Snap up on a level 2, you would see a penny spread, and you would see whatever the size would be on the bid, whatever the size would be on the offer. So a lot of the times it's just about knowing when a real, for me, the favorite thing to do is identify a real seller that comes in. So all of a sudden you might see, could be the NYC, it could be ARCA, any of the ECNs. All of a sudden, let's say there's 20, 30,000 shares on the bid, 20,000, 30 shares on the offer, but all of a sudden you see one of the market, can't call them market makers, one of the market sinners, we should say, um, boom, show up with 100,000 shares to sell. You might see, oh, other people see this. They're starting to whack out the bids, boom, 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 prints. And, what you have to keep in mind with scalping these days is the tape is full of sub penny prints, right? So let's say an offer shows up, people start pecking at the bids, the size is decreasing, they're not refreshing, and you can see the prints actually occurring at the bid and not, the half penny or whatever. That means that the liquidity is really getting hammered. You make your entry, bid clears out, offer steps down, and if you see that big order step down along with all the other sell orders, okay, that's a real seller. Every time the bid drops, he's going to match the offer. So it's what we call a pegged sell order. Every time the bid drops, that offer is going to move down to to match it. And once you get that going and you're in the money, well, you're basically just got your finger on the trigger for the capitulation of that seller. You never know if you're going to get 2 cents, 3 cents. In the case of Snap this morning right here, I mean, it was over a 10-cent plunge, just stepping down like a champion, right? Of course, those trades are not easy to find. It's a very difficult game to play. So you have to really be, a proficient tape reader, order book reader, so forth and so on. But it's pretty basic. It's pretty simple. It's just being there at the right time, having your eyes on that stock at the right time, which is why scalpers typically have a little stable of stocks that they'll, you know, have up in various order books. Might not be the one you're actively trading, but you'll see out of the corner of your eye, ooh, they're starting to hit this one. I better go focus on this one. So hopefully that makes sense, Leanne. That is correct. Think or swim. What scans would you say are the most popular for options players who subscribe to trade ideas? Options players. Travis, we have a limited bevy of options filters. So I tell you what, I do have some top lists that I haven't looked at in a while that you might find interesting. Let's just see, it's back from 2022. Let's see what we got going here. Funny, that doesn't look like my options radar. And that's because it is not. So wrong one. But while I'm looking for this, Travis, to your question, whenever there's big options volume, guess what else is going to be doing big volume? The common stock as well. Now, that's more like it. Okay. So let me take a look at the filter settings first. Okay. Just very basic filtering here. And we could even, stretch this out a little bit more. Let's just use 1 in 80. Who cares about average daily volume in this case? But volume today, hey, well, I really don't even have to put anything in there because we can do one of two things here. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier. Notice in my Windows specific filters, I barely have anything, just a min-max price. Now, I don't even have any minimum, I don't have any options filter setting in here. But look what I've done. I've taken options volume, and my favorite one to watch is options volume today, which is a percentage filter. So if we saw a value of 100 in here, then that's doing normal options volume for the day. Now, 100, keep that in mind. 100 is normal options volume. So look at all these crazy stocks, like for example, AMH. All right. Divide 620,000 by 100, and that's the X factor of options that this thing is doing today. Um, that's pretty crazy. Now, I stand corrected. Most of the time, when options volume is off the hook, you'll see big time accompanying volume. Not too bad up here on AMH, FR, not as high as I would expect. Now, if we look down here at bank, well, that's still a pretty healthy X factor there. And bank is doing some volume, right? So in this case, I didn't think I was going to have to add it, but it might be better to do that to get rid of the thin ones, right? And of course, sometimes you're going to see a big skew on call versus put volume, but that's okay. Still doing a monstrous X factor here, right? And then of course you can apply any other metrics that you'd like to keep tabs on. But this is just a nice way to see all the stocks, assuming they meet the filter criteria, where the options volume is simply off the hook here. So Travis, let me know if this resonates with you, right? It's a very simple approach. So here we go. We see all the stocks doing crazy options volume. We can see if the volume is in the put or the call, the call or the put, or maybe it's an equal mix of both. And then you can see the put call ratio. So basically all I did is install all of the options filters as columns and then sort by the stocks that are doing the most option volume. You could easily just, okay, what are the volume leaders doing the same thing? Okay, XPEV already cranked out 111 million shares. Oops, that's not XPEV. Okay, already cranked out 111 million shares and still doing over 4 times the amount of options volume that it typically does. Yeah, in just a simple way, it's very easy to look at this. Now, you might notice when I sort by anything other than percent options volume, the color goes wonky. That's because I've got it colorized by this filter here, which is why you see the gradient now. So in case you were wondering that, but let's say, okay, let's focus in on the highest relative volume. Well, the color is going to go wonky, but you can still see here, you know, ARMP, crazy volume for that stock today, almost a million shares already, still doing almost 20 times normal options volume. Oh, and we've got the accompanying 89 times on the relative volume, right? Little stock only has 10 million in the float, but is on pace to finish trading 90 times the volume that it normally does, because when we look down here, when this little guy's not in play, it only trades 58,000 shares. Something that you would probably never touch in its normal existence, but look what's been happening over the past 3 days here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so I tell you what, I'll put this back in its default sort mode, and I'll drop this link in there so that you may have it, Travis. Now, you've probably heard Barry talking about his options magic scanner, and I think I had it up here, but just in case, that one also spits out some really interesting plays. It's just a different window. It's the alert window or the multi-strat, I think. I think all we have to do here is type in the magic word. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the updated version. Okay, this is a multi-strat. It's got a bunch of windows in it, but moving higher, moving lower with unusually strong options volume. So just another way, right? HOUS. Let's see, that one was, I don't know why my arrow is not showing up there. That's a recent one, right? It just came through, doing almost 4 times um, average options volume. And of course, this is the downside. Green going up, yellow going down. And that actually looks pretty. This little guy looks pretty interesting right here. We got to uncrack that low again. I mean, this just looks gnarly on the weekly here. Speaking of, oh yeah, a friend of mine and I were contemplating after the close yesterday. Wow, where do you think? Where do you think you know the bottom's going to be? And didn't quite make it down there today, but you can see just the bottom of that low from September of 21 looks to be a foregone conclusion. I mean, this thing just got crushed, as we all know. Acted like that 200 period moving average for the weekly was just hot butter. So definitely keeping an eye on this one. Got some buddies that have been selling calls for premium and getting long the stock to hedge themselves because the premium was pretty juicy. That's about all I know. That's not really my forte. I probably need to get more active in the options because guess what else is going commission free? Options. Okay, so in case anybody wants this one as well, I'll drop it. And there's the alert for a different version of the options filter in the form of an alert window. And if we pop in here and just check out the config, you'll see it's relatively simple. Little bit of volume criteria, little relative strength, Options have to be options volume on the contracts, had to have traded 250 contracts, but it has to be doing at least 50% above regular options volume, whether it be puts or calls. So between the options volume radar, this little guy right here, should get your creative juices flowing. Okay, let's see here. Don't think I've missed any questions. Oh, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk when we were talking about scalping earlier. Ooh, ape just took a little pop there. Yeah, like for example, if I was really paying attention to ape earlier, right, I would have been watching this little, that's 180 to 179. That's 1 penny spread. If I were watching ape as those 180s started getting thin, I'd probably be in this trade right now, right? So, taking the 180s, and we're currently bouncing around up here at 181, 182. I'm sure a lot of scalpers are in it at 180, hoping for a higher move or taking what they got right now. Great little example of a good scalping candidate there. And the bar from yesterday ensured that if it does get going, it's got some room to the upside and the downside. Of course, we got I believe that's the 50 period coming in there. Let's see. Dee-dee-dee. Oh, excuse me, the 20. Yep. 20 right here, 10 coming into play. But really just these candles acting as the gatekeeper today. My pleasure, Travis. Okay, let's see. What else was on the agenda today? We talked about MXL. Okay, the market can't really make up its mind. Oh, and I would also be remiss if I didn't mention it's Fed Day. So earnings kicking in. You got the Fed announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern, or yeah, I believe it's 2 p.m. Eastern. So still got a few hours before that goes, and that could act as another catalyst in the market. Let's check in on. I'm not having good feet. Oh, okay. Yay, Stella's holding up. All right. Never got down to my stop of 18.99. Perking up here. Notice where we put on the brakes. Steve Gomez would say, look where Stella put on the brakes right here. Notice the green line. Notice these are 15-minute candles, and that is the 10-period moving average. And when a stock is in play, sure, we all like them just to go straight up if we're long. Sometimes they take the stairway to heaven, but more times than not, they do this. They pull back, and perfect syncing with the 10-period EMA, or excuse me, SMA here. So, assuming nothing crazy goes on, I think Stella might just go test those highs again. And if it does, I will enjoy it. And of course, the other scenario is the market folds over and I get stopped out. But hey, such is life. Right now, we're looking good. So we got Jerome and company up there to spout their nonsense today. And the SPY, notice these volume levels on the smaller time frames. Sure, we sold off a little bit, but who cares about what's going on here, really? Now, quite the contrary over here for the SPY. Hoping for this 10 period to hold up, but the bottom's in for the day. We cycle back down here. I mean, before the Fed announcement, I don't really expect anything. And of course, just kind of button up against the lows of yesterday. But if things did go haywire and the market did start to sell off, well, this would be the level of interest right here, right about the 451 level. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. A little disruption there. Nope, I don't think I'm muted here. Okay. Let's see, the Z high. The scanner to show all stocks above pre-market highs. Well, I tell you what, let's just go in here. Check this alert out right here. Pre-market highs, pre-market lows, position in pre-market range, right? So now it depends on the proximity, Z. You know, like some people, and I like the pre-market ranges a lot as well, especially if you're attempting to make trades right off the open. And let's see here. I think this one might be, it's just a little too stretched out there. Let's see, what had a, trying to think of one off the top of my head that had a flat pre-market range. But in any case, proximity to the opening range. So let's do this. So what I'm getting at here is, let's just start this from scratch. Let's say I used the pre-market highs, right? Those are only going to function in the pre-market, right? But if I wanted to find things, and that was the next question, is you're talking about, okay, in the regular session, I want to know when it's, when it's breaking its pre-market high, right? In the regular session. So give me a thumbs up, thumbs down on that, Z. I think that's what you're talking about there. However, we would want to use this filter, right?
I got
So
updated.
what's that, Barry?
Well, he says to show all stocks above the pre-market high. So why wouldn't you just use that pre-market filter and put 100% in min?
That's where I
And
was
then let,
going.
okay, okay. Well, you took your time.
Of course, Barry.
Okay.
I had to make sure I was doing the right thing.
Okay. Okay.
No, I just got distracted with a phone call, so I had to recalibrate my brain there.
Okay. I'll mute
But
myself again.
hey, no worries. But hey, feel free to chime in. But exactly what Barry said there. We're going to use position and pre-market range. So then we could just use something simple like a high for the new alert. And then we better attach a little bit of, a little bit of filtering here just to keep out the crazy stuff. All right. Let's see, volume today. Where are you hiding? There we go. Okay. So let me just make sure I plugged in the right stuff here. Okay. So anything that it's showing us now has to be above its pre-market range, right? So lift, pre-market range. Let's see where the high was there. That was, yeah, right here. Okay. So you would have been getting that alert pretty quickly, and then of course we went below, and then as it came back up and hit new high, you would have been alerted again. Um, Now, kind of what I was asking earlier, Z, is some people like to see them not too far past because let's say you were watching this one for that pre-market range break, which in the regular session would have happened somewhere in this little area right here, right? But let's say you weren't looking at it, and then later on you saw it, and you're like, well, dang, I wish I would have found it back here. There are ways to dial that in using this filter. So if you didn't want it to be too far gone, or you might not care, is what I'm saying, then you might want to say, but not past 110%, right? or you just might leave it open and then look because timing is everything, right? A lot of the times I would just, or in my preference, I would just use this value. And then you can see when you pull the stock up, okay, is it really past its opening range break, or can I use that as a guide stick? If that was even, you know, what might have been going through your head there. But this is the really simple and elegant way to do it there. Pre-market highs. I see your question there, Travis. So I'll just drop this in for you, Z. And then, you'll have a boilerplate to work with there and you can modify it to your likings. So that'll get you started there, Z. Does the Prince alert work in the pre-market? I want to say yes, but let's verify. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. So history. Well, it does not look, well, it might be one of these filters. So I tell you what, let me just blow out the filter set real quick because the relative volume might be screwing it up. And we'll just check out the alert. Make sure I'm on the right day here. Okay, yeah. All right, so more. Should have just typed in the time, but we're almost there now. Would have been easier. Man, people love to bug me when it's not convenient. Okay, the answer is yes. So you can see here, market opens at 8:30 my time, but plenty of prints coming through on the unusual number of prints before the open. Well, thank you, Flavorino. It's funny because everybody says that, but you hear your own voice differently, right? Especially on a recording, you're like, "Ooh, is that my voice?" Well, I'm glad to hear that my voice is soothing. Tell that to myself. Yeah, we were joking around the other day. They're like, "That's your NPR voice."
No. You're the 2 p.m., 2 a.m.
Your
FM radio voice.
Fresh Air is
That's
brought
what
to you
you
by
are.
the Catherine T. MacArthur Association,
Exactly.
along with Cargill. Eat your bugs.
I used to tell you that a long time ago, Jamie. You have that 2 a.m. in the morning AM or talk radio voice because nobody
Musical
wants to hear this in 2 a.m.
musical
They
star
want to
streams.
hear, yeah, they want to hear that dulcet tone. Okay, I'm muting myself again. I am
Hey,
just
no worries, no worries.
okay.
Oh, speak of the devil, Siri. We all know what happened to Siri the other day. Blah 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 announcement. Big green candle only to give it just about all back over the course of 3 days, 4 days, today being the fourth day. And got to throw a little water on Think or Swim has not been shortable over there, which is ridiculous because it's only a 650 million share float. One would think that shares would be available for shorting, but for some reason, at Ameritrade, the largest freaking retail outfit on the planet since Schwab bought 'em. No soup for you. No Siri for you to short.
1.28 million at Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there, Barry.
It is kind of strange, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Siri, typically one of these, well, it's always got a 1 penny spread, but boy, trying to scalp it on that day, you better not get in the front of that train. But it wasn't easy trying to trade it long either. They never are when they're in play like that. Oh, TMF. Well, the bonds have been pretty active today. This is another one of my favorite scalping instruments. And at first you might laugh. You're like, really, bonds? But this is the 3x inverse, right? The bullish 3x inverse. So yeah, who would have thought that bonds would be a good scalping instrument? But this thing having some really, really good sustained down moves today. Oh, and you know what? I'm kicking myself so much for not holding on just to a little bit of Tupperware, because when it was down here struggling below $1, I always thought to myself, man, if Tupperware gets back to $1, it's going to be in play again as a scalping mechanism. And that is definitely the case. So Barry, just what we were talking about the other day, it won't die. Tupperware, the stock won't die, and the actual containers won't die. That's what gives it its staying power. So talk about a big increase in market cap. What are we showing now at these levels? 82 million, but not too long ago was maybe like what, 20 something million? So huge returns in yield Tupperware. But yeah, not a bad little scalping mechanism these days. And you know what? This is the perfect Dawn of the Dead setup, if there ever was one. I mean, look at the death march. Well, it's still Tupperware is not out of the woods by any means, but it's showing signs of life. It's drawing breath. It's still, you know, it's a turbo zombie, now. But we'll see what happens. But speaking of, I had so much information coming at me this morning. I really neglected my Dawn of the Dead race list. That's not what I'm trying to do there. Okay, but hey, no surprise to see Tilray on that list. Just looking to see if there were any polite stocks that went up today. HRTX, not so good. This little guy right here, interesting. That would have been a great little smiley face pullback there for a 570-ish breakout. Not bad. 47 cents max on Zila today. HBI. Barry, I remember when you called this one out earlier in the day. I think I scalped it.
Yeah, I did
I did.
okay on it. I did
Yeah.
okay on it. I mean, it was a little dicey, but I did okay on it. So that's at Ryan Cohen. He's
Hmm.
supposedly, that was the rumor,
Right.
getting involved. You know what? I mean, looking at the chart, and by the way, I'm in TUP right now. I took it just over the high of 2 days ago.
Good.
182,
Good.
183. And why? Because wow, look left.
Hmm.
So it's got some room to 246 on the weekly chart. So we'll see. Obviously, breaking two would be huge.
Hmm.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, with the HBI, yeah, I mean, we'll see. You never know later on in the day if that news starts to populate again regarding Mr. Cohen's involvement, if it's true. Because remember now, what I'm seeing is traders circulating that activist insight chatter mentioning Ryan Cohen. He
Sure.
hasn't come out and said, but hey, that's what
Oh,
the
look,
market is. Bunch of
Tupperware's
rumors.
going right now. Just
Yes,
just getting
yes,
above
it
two.
is.
Hmm.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Over two. Go, go, go.
And you said what, 45 cents next stop, maybe? Not on the weekly though. Just
You're talking Tupperware?
yeah.
Well, I mean, 245 is the next high in
Yeah,
the weekly. I don't know what it is on the daily.
and it's
I'm sort of,
we're looking at this level over here now. It's into that gap.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the short float. I mean,
Hmm.
that's the 25%. Oh, great. Go,
Yep. She's ripping.
go, 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 go. Funny, I've had some really good trades talking to you guys between the 12 and 1 hour.
I'm telling you something. I'm telling you that there's always a good setup or two or three going into the lunch hour. I don't know
Hmm.
why, but it's just the way it always pans out.
Yeah.
Hmm. So, as far as the earnings, I did have these set up with my earnings list pointed so we can see all the usual suspects. Okay, well, let's check in on Stella again. All right.
Stella.
All right, just maintaining. I really hope this one gets a little pop into the close. We'll see.
Yeah, that showed up on my option scanner at 1910, at
Hmm.
10:05 and at 1910. So yeah, it hasn't really moved, has it?
Mm-mm.
The
This is
but
this is this is another one that I was like, okay, it's not working, but right about here, I'm like, okay, we got to try this one again, and so far it's working. So
mhm.
we shall see, Barry.
We shall see. Exactly. That is the sort of I think a common phrase used by all traders. We shall see.
Hmm. Nice little uptrend in the Fib K today. Of course, everything's
There.
okay with the banking system, Barry. It's solvent
Oh, of course,
and robust.
of course. Look at WAL. I mean, that to me is. I mean, if you'd had the whatevers way back when during the Silicon Bank fiasco. So look at
Uh-huh.
WAL and look at the
Yeah.
low of the second week, 676. Had the pop, but even a week later or a few weeks later, I think it might have been an earnings play, and it
Uh-huh.
got down to about 10, and now it's at 52. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Hmm.
I mean, it's only 2.5 months later. Wow. And it's
You
right
know,
into the 200 day.
I'd rather stick forks in my eyes than walk into a Walgreens. That place is always a madhouse.
No, no, no. This is Western Alliance,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
not
Sorry.
Walgreens. Yeah,
Brain
that's
Walgreens is
okay.
WAG, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I think I'm not sure.
I can't even remember what the symbol is anymore.
Yeah, we don't
But
have
anyway,
Walgreens in
that
Canada, so I
for
don't.
some reason when I saw WAG, it made me think of or what was the symbol we were just looking at? Wall?
We were looking at WAL. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why Walgreens, but that comes from being old in the business, Barry, because it's like there are symbols that have been
WBA. WBA.
recirculated. Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah.
There are symbols
That's
that have been
because it's
recirculated. Hmm.
right, but that's because it's now the Walgreens Boots Alliance. So that's why it's WBA.
Yeah, I forgot about how boots are important. Yeah.
Yeah. These boots are made for walking. Anyway, I traded some of my top out, and we'll see what happens. I'm in at say 180, 184, and I popped up to 210. So I faded some of it out. I actually pulled a bit of a Jamie, and I took more shares than I normally would.
Yeah, and
We'll see. I
you,
had
you
to.
you
I
probably
had to.
had plenty of protection in case
Yes.
you were wrong on your oversized load there.
Yep. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I was going to get out actually if it even touched the high of 2 days ago, and that but it didn't come close. So I'm okay. I'm okay. That was a fun trade.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Okay, my
Okay.
friend, if you want to take off now, you can. What time is it? It's 12:58. So I'll give you a 2 minute break,
Well, thank you there, Barry. Much appreciated. Okay,
and we'll talk
thanks
to you next week.
everybody for listening. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great day. Stay nimble out there. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. No, I may not have muted myself in the main room. Well, that's okay. You heard me talk about my top trade so far, guys. If I don't think I muted myself, which is okay. So the top trade, TUP, I got interested right there, right at that 182, which was the high of a couple of days ago. So I was able to get in at about 184 average. and I've taken some off. And I was very happy to see it take out two, got up to 213 or so, took some off, and most of it in the around the 206 mark, 206, 207. I will hold some in case. And of course, why would I do it in the first place? Because when you look left on the weekly chart, what do you see? You see a nice big void to 254. We're not saying it's getting there, of course. Oh, I was on mute? Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. No shorts available for me anyway. No shorts available for me at Tupperware, TUP. So, but that's okay. And now I am, yeah, I'm out everything. The minute it takes out two, that's it for me. But it was a nice little trend. Look at the volume that came in. That was a key thing, guys. Look at the volume that came in to Tupperware, TUP. I mean, it was increasing volume right at noon. So right there. And then another volume burst right there. And then that was a nice one right there. Then that got it through that high of 2 days ago. Okay, let me get my sound alerts going. And you can see I took it in the simulator. Now, had I been watching, the simulation, I would have been out, of course. I mean, pops up to 212. I would have been out at least half in the simulator. But my real account was more important than my video. So that's why I wasn't really paying attention to it. Well, I mean, it's got a high short float, David. Okay, so it's very possible. It's got a high short float percent, 25%. I can't look at this stock and not say armpit. Anyway, ARMP. So that showed up on the 10-day daily breakout when I was on my break at 1224. Sorry, well, the time was 1224. It was at 272 and it popped up to 318 before it's come right back down. Well, I think, I'd be inclined to take a look at it again if it gets up to 208, 209, close to the high right there. So I'm out of it completely right now, but I will. That's got to be about the third or fourth time in the last couple of weeks that while I've been talking to the guys who take over in our YouTube room, that I've taken a trade while I'm in there, and I say, okay, okay, to Jamie, I just took Tupperware because we were just talking about it, and I said, yeah, I just took it, and it, was a couple of pennies above where I took it. Okay, now let's see. XPAV guys, after the pretty big sell-off, XPAV looks like it's challenging the VWAP again, 1964. So that was a pretty big sell-off. I mean, from 21, almost $22 down to 19. So $3 sell-off. But remember, I mean, it's still up 27%. Now, let's take a look at 1964 is the VWAP. So I'm just going to stick an alert around there, a little bit above the VWAP, and just see if it takes it out. And maybe it gets on another run for the balance of the day. Boy, that KNSA has been a tough one. Through the VWAP again, 2014. Yeah, you might be right about the Tupperware, the TUP, William. If it takes out two again, I think that'll draw a lot of interest again. Boy, this one won't die. EVLO will not die. I think it had a pretty big sell-off yesterday, I believe. Yeah, big sell-off a couple of days ago. Kind of stabilized a little bit yesterday, and now trying to march back up. Well, I shouldn't say that, man. It got up to 951 and it pulled right back down to 830. What the push through the 5.8 or the 8.5 or the whatever. Okay, guys, now we have about 55 minutes before the Fed announcement at 2, more than likely 25% or 25%, 25 point basis point raise in interest rates. I don't think there'll be any surprise there. I'll put the SPY chart up. I mean, we'll see what happens. But 2:30 will probably be more important. What he says. We're starting at 2:30 is the presser. So what he says, what he says, yeah, we might have a couple more, or no, we think it's anyway. I'm not going to figure or try to surmise what he's going to say, but that'll probably be more important in terms of the volatility of the market. But don't get me wrong, at 2 o'clock, we'll see probably some giant. I'll have a 1 minute SPY chart up. We'll probably see some big red bars, some big green bars, some big red bars. Then after about 5 minutes, usually settling in the direction, but then we get to do it all over again at 2:30. So yeah, so I actually did see this Tupperware. This is why I first saw it. Actually, I didn't get it right there, of course, but there was the Tupperware in the option scanner. Of course, I kept seeing it over and over and over and over again. But there it was at 170. But you know me, I won't take it there. I'll have to wait for a break. And it was that daily right there, that 182. So guys, I think what I'll do now is get my video out of the way. 107 right now, 108. So I will put myself on mute. Should be a quick video. Oops. All right, guys, I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Now I see that XPAV, I put an alert, so it is now over the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry. The VWAP, it's above the VWAP now, 1964. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you could, again, this is not a suggestion. I'm not trying to be a financial advisor or anything like that, but it's above the VWAP, 1964, 1975 right now. You might want to let it get a little bit further, and then you put your stop just underneath the VWAP, see what happens. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at EPM. Coke has been okay. I mean, as a fairly fairly steady trade, except for that one red candle right there. But other than that, it's just sort of inched its way up penny by penny. It is an earnings play. KO mentioned it, I think, right about here on that break of 62.35 in that area. Okay, so Lyle, so the question is, can I expand on the VWAP play you just mentioned? Now, if you want to try, you know, if you think you want to be a VWAP player, I should say it like that. If your business plan says, you know what, I want to trade stocks around the VWAP. If it breaks above, I want to take the trade. If it breaks below, I want to short it. Okay, just in really very generally. So what I said was, and again, this is not a recommendation or anything. It's just showing you what you could do. So I would let it go. I mean, the VWAP is at 1964 for XPAV. And we know that it's in play. I mean, I doubt if it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day. We know it's in play, had huge news, the $700 million investment, et cetera, with by Volkswagen. So if you thought you wanted to be like try out to be a VWAP player, because when you're starting out, you don't know. I mean, so you could say to yourself, well, hey, if it gets to 1980, that would be about 16 cents from the VWAP. Maybe I take the trade and then I put my stop just underneath the VWAP, maybe a couple of pennies underneath, and see how that works. Okay. If that is a like a plan, it's not my plan. Okay, but I'm open to things like that, but that's not what I look for. But if somebody is saying to themselves, well, I don't really have a plan, but this VWAP, this trading around the VWAP seems like an interesting idea. Maybe I should try, and I can try it in the simulator. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's get a consensus. We've got it at 1964, and let me. I'm going to say Casa because I do have one trading view chart up, and it's at 1964 also. Okay, so that's trading view and ourselves that has the VWAP at 1964. I'm not saying Questrade is wrong, but I definitely see it at 1964 also. And of course, it moves, but okay. Now, in theory, this blue line is the VWAP, but I mean, I don't understand exactly in our charts. I don't know, it may be using pre-market data too, and that might be the issue. But I don't this is more or less kind of a bit of a visual guide for me. I don't, I'm always looking at the actual number in my single stock window. Yeah, for the life of me, I know why. You're just stubborn, William. But I mean, Interactive Brokers. I'm so surprised you haven't at least. I mean, you've got two accounts, Fidelity and E Trade. I don't know why you still persist with E Trade. I think you said there was a reason. But yeah, IV, you can short, you can buy stocks under a dollar. I remember in the old days, guys. I mean, there were a lot of brokerage firms that wouldn't let you buy anything under $5. Ah, okay. I knew there was a reason. Okay. In Canada anyway, the brokers that, I used to have Quest Trade, I used to have Disnet a long, long time ago, and I seem to remember they did not allow trading under $5 stocks, believe it or not. But that's going back a few years. Look at that Kinsa. I'm leaving it alone. I think it's a terrible trader. I mean, it's, maybe as a swing trade, maybe, but as an intraday trader, the KNSA is garbage. Well, let's just do this one for fun, okay? I'll take a couple hundred shares. Oops, couple hundred shares, 300 shares, and I'll put the stop is once I'll put it at say 1961, 3 cents under. And Pepe, you can't tell me this isn't easier and more intuitive than trying to do it with this bracket. Well, I've been in Kinsa twice today, and I actually thought it looked really, in my opinion, it looked really good right in this area here because the spread, I was watching it, and it was like 2053, 2055. It looked okay. Now it's settled down, spread is tight and it looked like it was going to pop. As we know, it's got all sorts of room looking left, but it just doesn't want to trade for me anyway. It's just way too erratic. You start getting these giant red can. Remember, that was a giant red candle all the way down to 1980 from 2033. That's a big, big drop for me. 50-cent drop on a $20 stock. And I might get taken out. Yeah, it just got taken out. So that's how it works. Okay. So you can say, okay, in this one, I got taken out. That's how the stop works. 37 minutes to be exact, Luca. 37 minutes to be exact. The FOMC is at 2 o'clock. So 37 minutes to be exact. Now you could look at this again on the XPAV and say, okay, that didn't work the first time. Maybe the second time it takes out the VWAP. Maybe and gets up to this area. Yeah, right. Can I look at SIM? SYM from Heather. Okay, so it has earnings next week on the 31st. Okay, pre-market 31st. Well, I'm not seeing much. I mean, here's the only thing is, I mean, that's such a low float, 13.8 million for a $40 stock. The high yesterday, I guess, look what it got to. I think it almost at the penny, 41.49, 41.41. So I guess if it could take out that high of today and yesterday, and when you look left, it's got some room. Got a lot of room actually, 48, if that's what you're looking at. It's not really trading abnormally, 0.92, so it's basically kind of trading average up to this time of day, volume wise. It will show up on the option scanner if maybe not. I think my max is $40, but it would have to take out the high of the day, and it's inching up that 150, 150%. A rate increase of 25 basis points is anticipated, yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when Heather asked about SIM, I don't know if she's talking intraday but I mean, obviously you can see that if it can take out today's high, the next high is up to $48. However, earnings are next week. Earnings are on Tuesday, sorry, on Monday before the market opens. I do not trade options. No, do not trade options. Again, my option scanner is just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. And then from there, I will, decide if I want to trade the stock. I don't trade options. So again, why would I use this if I don't trade options? Because any stock that is having abnormal option activity is usually trading abnormally, right? So we have the combination of relative volume and abnormal option activity combined that usually then only shows me stocks that are trading abnormally, which is what I want. So for instance, if I look at Houston right here, and of course, it doesn't mean just because I get this, I'm going to trade it. This is interesting though. Next high looking left is 977 or 982. Um, so I mean, it doesn't trade very many. It doesn't have very many contracts. My minimum in my filters 500. So it's only traded 896, or it's on the way up. say 900 contracts today, but that's 5.6 times normal. Okay, that's 5.6 times normal. That's why it's making it into the scanner. So if I look at the scanner, this is the don't repeat version. Again, don't repeat. It shows me the very first time we had the alert. So at 1:10 Eastern time, we had an alert at 9:25 for Houston or anywhere real estate. You know what I mean? House. And here it is in the repeating fashion. So every time it made a new high, you would see it here. So this allows me just to go back and say, what did it do from that alert? But here are the general filters for every one of them. Because there are four scans in there. So my price is between 1 and 40. My relative volume is 3, 500,000 minimum shares, and I think 500 minimum contracts. Okay. And I have a count of 25. The reason I put that in is, and what the count is, it has to be, for me to see the stock in, it has to make 25 new highs or lows. And the reason I put that in is because if I didn't and I took it out one day, what happened is at 9:30, I just got inundated with alerts because, so I added it back in. So the stock has to make at least 25 new highs or lows for me to see it. Because, what happened is at 9:30 when the market opens, well, that's exactly what happened. I just got inundated with alerts, which is what I don't want. Okay, let's see. 29 minutes, guys. 29 minutes to FOMC. But I think really in an hour, that's when we're really going to see the what's going to happen. So Ovi and anybody else, like Ori, I don't know if you're still in the room. Do you guys day trade options? Anybody in the room day trading options? Okay, there's Flavorino, Flavor. Okay, so I think then that filter is probably pretty good. Okay, I mean it's what we're talking about, or it's a set of filters. So if I do a search and I start typing an option, so we've got some obvious ones. The put call ratio, the option volume is the average number of contracts over 10 days, and then we have the option volume today, put and call volume today. This is the key one, the option volume today percent. So, I mean, if you were going to day trade options, I think, you would probably want to see stocks that are having abnormal option activity today, right? That's the way I would look at it if you're going to day trade the options. So so if you use say 300%, if you use 300%, that would mean that a stock that say normally has traded over the last 10 days, say 5,000 contracts, for you to see it today, it will have to trade 15,000 contracts, 300% ratio of 3. So, I mean, if I were a day trader in options, I would think that this would be great because just because something is trading, maybe even abnormally overall volume, I mean, it's possible that, it's not really doing that much option wise. So, I mean, if you're day trading options, I think this would be invaluable. And again, with all my scans that I'm sharing, you can always make the adjustment. You know, like the price range of 1 and 40, change it. Even if you want to take the relative volume out, you can do it. I would keep it in because, then you're going to get the combination of definitely abnormal volume, overall volume, And then, of course, you have normal option activity. I have a minimum of 500,000 shares. I mean, that's probably not bad. And then the only other one is minimum of 500 contracts. I mean, if you want to up that, that's fine. But remember, that's just a minimum. I mean, most of the time when we see these, they're trading, thousands of contracts. It's just a minimum. The other thing why I put it at 500 is because at the beginning of the day, let's just say, for instance, you say, well, no, I want it to be 5,000. Fine. Problem is that at the beginning of the day, something could just be ramping up. It could be 500 to start, then it quickly to 1,000, then 2,500, and then 5,000. Meanwhile, the price is going up and up and up, or either with the way you look at options or the actual stock price. So that's why I put it at 500 to catch them early, if that makes sense. For the same reason, I never use, I won't put, say, a minimum volume of 1 million shares as an example, because something could be just ramping up at the beginning of the day, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, on the way to like a 50 million share day. By the time it hits a million shares, it could have had already a good run. But of course, all this is up to you. And when I say you, I'm talking to you guys in general. Just think of my scans that I'm sharing as a template. You can either use it exactly as is or make some changes if you want. Okay, guys, so I'm pretty much not going to do anything certainly for the next 30 minutes. Let the SPY settle down, let that FOMC come out. And then between 2 and 2:30, though, I'll be highly selective if I'm going to do anything. Does anyone here use the beta filter? I don't, but that doesn't mean I know it exists. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever even tried it, Phoenix. You were in Monroe, okay, MNRO or Monroe. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice one on the way down. Earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. There must have been a filter that was blocking it. I don't know, maybe it was the volume or something. I don't know. I'm actually pretty happy about the option scanner, guys. I was really, and we're still have a lot of companies that are going to be releasing earnings over the next 3 weeks, but I thought this would be just full. We've had days, not during option season, where they've been way fuller. This has been way fuller. I just thought that this would be. I was going to have to actually adjust some of the filters so that prevent it from being just full, getting overwhelmed. Because again, think about it when a company releases earnings, assuming the company is optionable, usually they'll have an explosion in option activity that day. but it just hasn't been the case. So guys, the only one I'm really keeping an eye on is HBI. Again, the reason being is that if it keeps getting circulated that that guy is, just some chatter that an activist investor could make a move on the company. I mean, that's so rumor, so much of a rumor. And the guy's it's Ryan Cohen, so he's involved, of course, with AMC and GME. Was involved, but he dumped a good billion shares of his Bed Bath and Beyond before it cratered. That's my opinion, anyway. But anyway, that's who is rumored to be, maybe looking at this HBI. Pretty, 16% short float. The only thing, percent short float. The only deal is, that's a high float. So, but you never know. It's just sort of basing here, not doing too much. If all of a sudden some volume comes in, and you can see exactly when the rumor started, right at 9:30. Right at 9:30. Look at the volume that came into HBI, and it just kept moving and moving, moving from 486 all the way up to 551 or so. Tried again, but then the big sell-off. But now it's just kind of basing. So that's why I have an alert set at around 533. If it pops through there on volume, I may take the trade again. Because I think when we looked left, yeah, there's room to six. There is room to six on the weekly chart for HBI. So we'll see. So all we can do is just wait, put a price alert, and if it happens, great. What's amazing, it's just absolutely nothing is moving that I'm following. Speaking of calm, I actually saw calm today. All right, so this is an earnings play that got sold off. $47 down to 45. Okay, guys. Sorry, just internal conversation. So this calm, I mean, actually, I'm not going to do anything on it, but the low of the day was 45.53. The next low looking left is 44.80. So a little bit of room to that low. No, it's like this just about every time the Fed is coming out with an announcement with their announcement the Wednesday. Usually it's about the third. Say that well, I always want to say the third Wednesday, but it's not always the third Wednesday of the month, but it's always like this. These things drive me crazy because they're sneaky. Now, this is a terrible looking chart. I mean, it looks like it has gaps, little gaps on it. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread's not great. But we had this alert. I remember seeing this. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Riley Financial. I mean, I know them, but I don't think I've ever seen their symbol before. So we had the alert at 11:07 Eastern at 2182. Okay. And it's 2231 now. And it's been reasonably steady on the way up. Problem is, of course, is that I don't know what the spread was like on the way up. Right now it's 22, 25, 22.40. I don't know what it was like on the way up, but this is what I call these little sneaky plays that at the end of the day, when I go back and take a look the first time we had an alert on something, and I say, man, but when I looked at it, there's no way I would take the trade. The spread was bad. It looked like it was just sort of chopping around. So 14 minutes now, 14 minutes, or to be exact, 13 minutes and 25 seconds. Now, top, I mean, if it gets over two again, this could have another run. I mean, the trend is still up. When I took that trade again around 184, I was actually thinking I was going to have to dump a lot before two, and it didn't even give me a chance. It just popped right through two so quickly, which is a good thing, of course. But so right now, ahead of this, the SPY is starting to, well, it's really doing not much. Of course, I'll bring up a 1 minute SPY chart. Now we'll really see the action. So I'll bring that back, but a minute before, and You know those are that's not what he made, trade swings. You know that, right? Or are you just kinda kidding? That 90,000 represents, I don't know, the value of the contract or something like that. That's not what he's saying he made, but I don't know if you're just kidding. Total dollar today in that strike. Well, okay, I let me see if I can try to interpret that. So the 45.5 centigrade, haha, 45.5, that's the price. That was the price. The call, of course. Yeah. So that's the price at a dollar 80. The expiry Friday, that's the 28th. Okay, just give me a moment. Is that you guys can't hear that, but just give me a moment, okay? Oh, I was on mute. I was on mute. So, so those are those weekly options, right? How long have weekly options been available? I know they're relatively new compared to option trading, but 5 years, 10 years, weekly options, and they expire on the Friday, right? So Monday to Friday. They're basically just so very short term. Okay. So, Ori, do you day trade options also? Or are you more into the weekly? So if you were day trading, then I would assume then that that option filter is pretty good because it's just showing you if you're going to day trade something, you want to make sure it's trading abnormally. So I'm assuming that at least it directs you to stocks that you might want to look at. or option plays that you might, okay. Otherwise, how would you know which? Now, I'm assuming though that there's probably another way. I don't want to. I think the way we've got our filters pretty good, but there's probably another way in which you can see things that are trading abnormally option wise within the platform that you use, or no? This seems like a pretty simple way though. As an alert type scan to zero in on those. Okay. So if you were going to change this, would you would you do anything with the put call ratio? Because I don't use the put call ratio here at all. I'm just looking at the total number of contracts. Do you have this? Because why don't you? Oh, you quit using it. Okay, well, that's not good. Okay, because I was going to say if you have it and you've added the put call ratio, maybe you could just put the link in. Oh yeah, sorry. That's my fault. That's my fault, Denver. Yeah, it gets us in the general market talk as opposed to. But we've got about 4 minutes, guys. So let me get my spy chart up and get the symbol linking off. Okay, I'll just leave this up for a while. Meanwhile, that sneaky one that I was talking about, the Riley end, another new high. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a minute when I get just a slight bite to eat. All right, guys, I'm back. Goods just in time for FOMC. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the big move will be at 2:30 more than likely, unless we get a shocker that they increase their rates more than the 25. I just don't think that's going to happen. Well, we'll see in about 20 seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see. Look at the SPY in the 15-minute. Look at it on the 1 minute. Look at the SPY in the 15-minute in my bottom right hand corner. Yeah. So again, no surprise. 25. All right, guys. I mean, normally I keep this up for about 5 minutes, but I really don't think there's much. Well, okay, let's go. Usually 5 minutes will determine the actual direction. You might get some big green candles, some big red candles. But again, we've said this over and over today. 2:30 will be the real test when they start asking him questions, or he starts saying, "Well, this is what I think might happen over the next 6 months. How many rate increases, what we expect." And as William says, he usually likes to throw a wet blanket on everything. So now, had they come out and said, "You know what? No rate increase," we would have had a giant green candle. So here's your statement. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Job gains have been robust in recent months, and the unemployment rate has remained low. Inflation, there's your key. Inflation remains elevated. That's what they're trying to do. You know, drive down inflation. Strongly committed to returning inflation to its 2% objective. Well, the only way you can do that, keep raising rates, I guess. But I'm no monetary expert. I don't really care that much. Trade what we see, and that's all we can do. Now, for those of you with longer term trades, yeah, obviously it's a lot more important. You forgot the S. Yeah, you're going to say, PJ, you forgot the S. Okay, guys, I think I'll just knock this off. But at 2:30, we'll probably get a lot more activity. Oh, I looked at this one earlier. I don't know if this is an earnings play, MAG, silver play out of Canada. Not an earnings play. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this one. Boy, if we could take out 12, I was saying to myself. So this one, I mean, yeah, good spread, 1208, 1209. Room to 1276. Looking left on the daily chart, so it's got some room. Well over the VWAP, 1186. I haven't had a new alert in a long time. Let's see. 129 here, 126 here, 110 here. These are, no new alerts. Oh, we finally get an alert. Sage. Sage hits an 8-month low as FDA decision on depression therapy nears. Well, guys, Sage, I mean, if you're really in wanting to do something, Sage is definitely weakening here. But let's take a look left. Where could it keep going to? Yeah, I mean, the next low is 3464 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room on the downside to the downside. All right, guys, top making a little bit of a move here. See if we can get over two again. Well, you can see that TUP held the VWAP. 179 is the VWAP, and that blue line is actually pretty darn close now. So TUP, yeah, TUP basically held the VWAP. Any new news for snow? Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know anything off the top of my head, of course, but it's a it's a pretty ugly looking daily chart and weekly chart for me to look at. I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, just really, but I don't see any news. No, I don't see any news for snow. Yeah, but if there's no news, I mean, if there's no news, there's no news. Shares of Snowflake. Ah, okay. So it's really, I think it's as a result of. I mean, I can see the same thing in Interactive Brokers, but Microsoft's cloud commentary fails to impress. So they're all about the cloud. So Microsoft, had earnings. Microsoft had earnings, and their cloud was not. I guess the cloud performance was not great. At least that's. I'm just trying to see if I can find that. Unlike Alphabet, Microsoft said something that the market was not happy to hear, and it had to have something to do with their cloud business. Okay, so I think that's probably maybe dragged down Snow. Though Google had a great, Google's cloud business, according to them, is very good. Well, very good. Everything's relative. Look at the spy now, guys. Yeah, look at the spy now. What a move here. 'Well, this will be fun, guys, at 2:30 because we could get this giant green candle, and then if he says anything, we can see a giant red candle. 13 days in a row is never it's possible. I mean, you think about that. Okay, guys. Well, SPY is certainly having a fun time, and the big volume. This will be the biggest volume bar of the day for the 15-minute chart. All right, guys. Well, I'm really not going to do too much again until after 2:30, and usually I don't trade that late anyway. So, I mean, the only thing I'm looking at is maybe top over two again, maybe get into the 210 level. And then just in case that HBI catches fire again. It's all I'm kind of looking at now. So here's another doesn't trade very much at all. FFIC, another bank, regional bank. It looks so awesome when you look at the gap. It just doesn't trade very much. And the 200-day moving average is not that far away. Well, guys, I know broken record, but top getting close again to two. FTV is an earnings play. Let's take a look at FTV. Are you European goods or French? Okay. I thought you were using the European and the French way of they don't use I'm always amazed at that. They don't use decimals, they use commas to delineate the dollars from cents. All right, guys. Well, I'm just really not going to do anything. I know I keep saying it, but I'm not going to do anything probably until 2:40. I have to give that presser about 10 minutes usually, and then I'll make up my mind if I want to do anything. But more than likely, I'm just going to cruise into the close. At the tough trade that I took was, to be honest, was a very good trade for me. So All right, guys, I do see that T-Doc is making a little bit of a move. Hey, guys, I'm just going to try something here. Actually, okay. Give me a moment, guys. 223, so another 7 minutes or so. Yeah, you're right. TUP is over. It is over now. Okay, guys. So yeah, TUP is over three. Oh, it's over three. I wish over two. Okay, well, look at the SPY now, guys. I mean, remember what I was just saying? So it's a nice giant green candle, and now this is being replaced by a red candle. So the fireworks, I think we're going to see some fireworks between 2:30 and 2:40 with whatever is being said. Ah, I'm glad you like it. Tomorrow should be a little bit different. I mean, in the last couple of hours, really just kind of waiting for this Fed stuff. So usually it's not this slow, in the afternoon, but everybody's kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. Morning was great. Okay, there's Mr. Tup, TUP. Now, a stock like Cup should not have any relevance to what the SPY is going to do. These are kind of trading on their own. Okay, guys, we are now a minute and a half away from. Would you swing WW right now, though? Would you wait just to see what the Fed might say? Because WW is a type of stock that could get affected a little bit, in my opinion. Okay, guys, let's get our little SPY chart up again. Now, right at 2:30, it won't be the same as the FOMC minutes because they're instant, but it's a presser. It's a presser. So, all right, let's see what happens here. So, 2:30 again, it's a presser. So, you got to wait for number one what he says and the types of questions he gets and how he answers them. Okay, sorry, I'm just conversing with a couple of people at Trade Ideas right now. So let's see what's happening here. So little green candle, but again, it's early. Well, so far, well, okay, we got a couple of green candles now. All right, guys, I don't know what he's saying, but so far he hasn't. Whoops. Just, all right, guys. So top is now under two again, and so I don't know. I'm gonna maybe just forget about it. HBI is still hanging around 530. So far, this has been one of the the least interesting pressers so far. Usually we get some giant green candles, giant red candles. Nebraska. Well, guys, I'm just going to sit back on my chair and watch for a while. If you have any questions, good time. I'm almost 100% sure I'm not going to be doing anything the balance of the day in terms of trading. So if you have any questions, I think I'll just get rid of this. I don't think there's anything. I'll keep an eye on the 15-minute, but I'll just get rid of this now. So one last look at my homepage. Wings, you can. If you give me a moment, okay? I'll show you how you can get it. So if you click on my homepage link, this is in general, but I'll get to my scan to show you how you can get it. So here you are at the top. So here is a promo code you can use to take out a subscription, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. However, listen, if you want a better discount, if you take out an annual, I can get you a better discount. Now, if you're new to this, do not take out an annual. Okay, start off with a monthly, see if you like it, and then afterwards, if you do want to take out an annual, I can give you, excuse me, I can give you a better discount. Get started. Okay, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 videos, 10 short videos, your download, your first login, talks about alert windows and top list windows, things like that. Okay, that'll get you started. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a great little course. Not so little, actually. It's a lot of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together free. I do a stock of the day video, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And yeah, nice green candle so far. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, and the reason I keep repeating this is because we get so many emails saying, "Hey, I signed up for the look at this, guys. Look at the SPY now at 15-minute, which if I had the 1 minute up, it'd be just zooming higher." Um, we get a lot of emails saying, "Hey, I signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting it." Well, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotional folder. Okay. Big education section is here. And for now, wings, here you go. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. There's the option plays that you're talking about. And then here is the don't repeat version. Okay. The don't repeat version. And it looks like this. So what happens is you see the first time we had the alert, tell you the time, the price, and then you can click on it and see what did it do from there. This that I'm sharing is the repeating version. In other words, every time Sage would make a new low, you would see it. But there was the first time, so you can kind of go back and say, okay, where was Sage alerted? Early, 9:41. It was at 38:45. So I'm not saying, this is taking a long time, but it's now at 207, 35.93. Actually, that is a tremendous alert. That is a tremendous alert. I thought that was 38.45 or I'm sorry, 30. Anyway, this is a tremendous alert. This is almost $3 from here if you stuck it out. I didn't realize that. Wow. So, and here are the other scans that I'm sharing. That don't the breakouts, and breakdowns. The doc momentum up, down right here. My single stock window and the Hulse resumes. So as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Okay. Save my link, use my code whenever you're going to take out a subscription. If you take it out a subscription, this will the room gets credit, so the company knows that the room is hard at work. Okay, this is it, and that's why the room is free. We use it as a marketing tool, and also, I know there are some new people in the room. Tell your friends, even if they're not trade. Look at T Doc now, guys. Even if they're not traders yet, or they're just kind of interested to see what happens in a trading room. Hey, it's a free room. Tell them to come in. Wow, what a move on the spine now, guys. I took down that 1 minute chart too soon. Just give me one moment. I'll answer your question, Larry, in 1 second as I size my window over here. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. So WW really was not affected. I don't know well, I'm sure if you look at Meta, the big wow, look at this. Well, this is let me get the spy. Let me get the I'll change this to 1 minute just for fun. So the question in the YouTube room, if I have a scan that looks for breakouts and I want a scan that looks for breakdowns, do I just flip it? The answer is yes. Now, Larry, what you should do first is duplicate the window, okay? So that's basically what I did with the momentum up versus the momentum down. It's using essentially the same filters. So if I wanted to duplicate this, so let me just show you on the screen. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to just duplicate this into a free floating window first. Okay. So if I wanted to create, so if I've got this scan right here called momentum up, wow, look at T-Doc now. Didn't you take that, PJ? So if I want to now create a scan called momentum down, essentially just the reverse of this. Well, first let's take a look at the filters, configure, and what can be flipped. Well, flipping means, and the flip, you can see flip is over here. Flip is a nice, it's a time saver. So if I wanted to create a momentum down, in essence, using the same, I still want the same price range, I want the current volume the same, 300,000 shares, all of this, what can be flipped will be flipped. So you can flip a new high to a new low, and you can flip where the stock was up at least 5%. You can flip that to down 5% from the previous close. Okay. So that's what the flip will do. So the first thing you do, though, is duplicate your window because you probably still want this window. You don't want to flip it. You still want the window. So, or the scan. So you right click, duplicate the window. Okay. So there it is. Now I right click, configure, and now I'm going to flip it. And you see how the new low is now a new low, and now the stock is down 5%. These things, of course, you can't flip 300,000 shares. You can't, you can only flip what makes sense to flip. And then what I would do is just give it another name. Right now it says flipped momentum up. You could give it, momentum down. But for you, you might want to call it breakdowns. Yeah, you want breakouts. So call yours breakdowns. I'm talking to Larry in our YouTube room. So that makes sense, Larry? Thing is, duplicate your window first and then do the flip. Okay. I know I heard you say that. Well, I didn't hear it, but I read what you said. Let's go after something that looks, I don't know what the term you use, not genuine, but you use some term that got you into T-Doc. Makes sense, more sense or something. Substance, news. Yes. That's the word I was searching for. Strange though, WW has not moved. It's still sitting on the VWAP. Yep, there's the VWAP right there, sitting right on it. 11:45. Where are you? Ah, what do I gotta do? Yeah, so the VWAP's at 11:51, so it's just sort of sitting on the VWAP right now. And I'm going to say VWAP another 100 times just for goods. Could be worse goods. All right, guys. So again, are there any questions right now? That was a good question, Larry. All right. Well, again, I'll probably wrap this up at 3 o'clock if there are no questions. Looks like a writing day for me today. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so the question is this room Monday to Friday starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time? I'm live on the mic starting at 9, okay? And I go to 3 or a little later, depending on questions. But the room is the room you're in is actually open no later than 8. Usually William opens it a little bit earlier. So you can, but certainly no later than 8. And so that gives you guys a chance to talk amongst your or chat amongst yourselves, I guess, for the hour or longer. I like William, I think gets up at around 6:30 or something or earlier. But 8 o'clock for sure. If you came into the room at 8, it'll be open. And if William, by the way, email William if you're not available, don't worry about it because Chris takes a look at about 7:30, and if the room is already open, then that's fine. But if it's not, then he opens it. So, but you have no idea how much I appreciate that. Gives me an extra hour of sleep instead of having to get up at 4 in the morning. I can get up at 5. Can I cover my simple style again? Sure. Being a momentum trader, I mean, this is how simple it is for me. I'm a momentum trader, so most of the things I look at are near the high or the low of the day. Okay, and so my scans, of course, are always going to show me stocks that meet my filter requirements. You know, the right price range, right volume. So all the things that I see will meet. I don't have to guess. Well, gee, is that outside the price range I want, or does it have the right amount of volume, the right relative volume? So most of the things that I need are covered in the scan. So then my next step is I click on the alert, and all I do is I just look left. I look left on a daily chart. I look left on a weekly chart, and I check to see where is if I want to go long, where's the next high looking left? And if I can't see it on the daily chart, like right here, you can see on WW, the 1 day chart, I can't see anything looking left. Okay, so now I go to the week. Now I go to the weekly chart, and I can see over here. So when I say I can't see anything, I mean obviously if I scrolled back, I could, but why do that? That's why I have a weekly chart, and that's about as simple as it is. Now it doesn't mean just because you know I look left and there's a lot of room. Do I take the trade immediately? No. There's certain other factors. I don't want to take a trade if when I see it and it's up about 10, 15-minute candles in a row. So, but I'm sizing this up pretty closely. I'm also aware where the 200-day moving average is, but I can see it on the daily chart, that big blue line. I'm also aware where the VWAP is, the blue line on the 15-minute chart. So, I don't want to take something if it's near either one of them. But a lot of this is sized up pretty quickly. So I don't use a lot of other indicators. And that's not an indictment against using people who do use indicators, a lot of other indicators. I just have found that I try to, like you just said, I try to keep it so darn simple. And of course, volume too. I mean, if I look at something and yeah, maybe it's breaking out of a little consolidation pattern that I would normally like, but I look down and I see there's no volume, I won't do it because a lot of times you'll get like a little fake break. You'll see something, oh, right, it's breaking out finally a little bit. And but then you look down and you see there's no volume and could come right back down. The other thing I use extensively are my price alerts. Putting price alerts on the charts. So I'll have an area where I want to be. I want to see if it gets to that area, and if it does, my price alert window will pop up on the screen. I click on it, click on the alert. So, for instance, if right here, top, I wanted to see if once it got over two. I had actually had the alert, or I had the alert at 207. I wanted to see it, and there it is. There it was. Now, did it mean I'm going to take the trade immediately? No, but this was the area that I was really interested in because it had got up to that area earlier in the day. I traded this one earlier, in case you weren't around, and then, but look left. So you start looking left on Tupperware, and look left. I mean, there's all sorts of room. I think the next high was 256. I think it was 256. So when I look left and I see all sorts of room from 2 to 256 on a percentage basis, that would be a great trade. Again, not saying it's ever going to get there. Any stock is going to get to where the next high is, but at least what I try to do is I take out one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher. I try to take chart resistance out of the equation. So if I got an alert for TUP and it was at 2 and I look left and the next high is at 210, I won't take the trade. So I'm pretty picky. I mean, I don't take many trades. I'm very, very selective. So that in a nutshell is me. And welcome, by the way, Troy. Now, there are other traders in here that don't do anything like that, and that's fine. You know, when we talk about pulling back to the VWAP as an example, that could be a strategy. Knowing where the knowing where the VWAP is. So if you looked at TUP right now and said, "Well, I wouldn't mind taking it, but let's see if it move. Let's see if it pulls back to that VWAP line, and what does it do there? Okay, does it hold and then pop off it? So more like a pullback play. A lot of people hate taking stocks like at the high of the day. I don't, but that's just me. I look at T-Doc now over and over and over and over again. And then I've got my scans that I love. I love my option plays and I love my breakouts, 10 day daily breakout or the breakdowns. This is all I really look at, guys. I do have other scans here. Sure, I will look at this when, maybe things get a little slow and the other ones, but if I could only have two types of scans, this would be it. My option plays and this one. Two ideas. I mean, I know there are, you could look at this and say, well, there are four scans here, but that's not really the case. Will you quit bragging, Tank? So let's take a look at MMM. Of course, I'm teasing Tank. Yeah, well, I mean, so earnings yesterday and continued. There's the 200-day moving average. I'm kidding, Tank. You know I'm kidding. I would never say that to you. So you've expanded. So Tank says that the Triple M was on the unusual option scan. So as always, guys, all the scans that I'm sharing, I know I repeat myself over and over again, but I mean, there are new people come into the room. I just don't know who is new, who isn't. And sometimes, the people are in the room, they're not necessarily listening all the time. But all I want to say is this, is that these are templates. I mean, this is what I use. But for instance, 3M would never appear in my scan. Why? Well, I have a price range of 1 to 40. Okay. I have a price range of 1 to 40. That's just what I like. And so obviously 3M is way outside that price range, but Tank obviously took mine, Mr. Majestic. Okay. Tank obviously took mine or a reasonable facsimile and changed the price range. Of course, you can do the same thing if you want. You want to change the volume, you want to change anything, you can go ahead and do it. Just treat this like a template. That's a great looking daily now, though. So 3M's problems, I guess, are behind it. The fine has been determined. USB raises the target price to 115 from 95. Okay. UBS. Now Morgan Stanley's lagging here, guys. Raised to 102 from 100. City. So a lot of analysts are coming in on this one. So 111 for Citigroup. 3M to benefit from restructuring despite macros and litigation pressures. Oh, sorry, Stuart. Yeah. So here's my homepage link. Okay. So just go to the so you click on my homepage link. You want my scans. So when you click on my link, this is what you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see my scans. And then here they are. Okay. So I may break a little rule tomorrow, depending on what earnings play it is. Like the T-Doc, I just resisted taking it right off the bat because I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. But depending on how it trades in the pre-market, or how a stock trades in the pre-market based on earnings, and if I check and I see that the earnings were good, revenues were good, but plus they guided for the following quarter in a very positive way, which I think is what T-Doc did. And I may break a little bit of a rule that I got and not trade in the first 15 minutes. But we'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get one like that. Why am I muted? I'm sorry. I am muted. Okay, so I was talking about Otis. I was talking about Otis, and I was saying this is an earnings play, guys. Okay, it's almost an all-time high, 95, like within like in the range, within about 4% earnings play. So great reaction to earnings. It appears that what they're saying, if I can read this, 23 view up. So it looks like they're guiding well for the balance of the year. And so, I mean, if I were more into swing trading, I mean, this would be an interesting candidate. Now, what I was saying is, where are you going to put your stop? So, if you put your stop at the low of the day, you have about a $4 stop. Okay. So, can this move $8 before it hits the next high? Now, obviously, on the daily chart, that's good. What I was looking at though on the weekly chart, certainly is within eight. May not matter. The composite rating is 87, so that's very high. The composite rating is a combination of technicals plus fundamentals. So 100 is the highest. Anything over 80 is darn good. So anyway, just to throw that out. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably watch to see how it trades tomorrow. There's the VWAP at 89.10. So there's the VWAP at 89.10. So, a little bit above that. I'd probably wait to see how it trades tomorrow. Meanwhile, look at the market or IWM. I'm sure the SPY is looking the same. Yeah. Wow. Look at the SPY. Isn't that crazy? Giant green candle being wiped out now. All right, guys. Excuse me, guys. I'm definitely done now. Certainly not going to trade. I don't see any other questions. So let me just get my script together. All right. So again, thanks for all the help. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Room will be on the mic at 9 a.m. And YouTubers, say the same to you. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.